Here?
Because on this day,
In 1959, William Jonathan Drayton Jr. was born.
Who's that? Who's that?
It's Flavor Flav, Bill,
Ah,
of course.
Now, Anthrax.
Yes.
So that was the Anthrax version.
that was a Mighty Marvel team up of
Yes.
Public Enemy and Anthrax. Yeah.
So
Public Enemy released that song years
Right.
before.
Yeah.
I was just looking something up about it, and it says Anthrax recorded it, and the band Anthrax, which is a metal band essentially, got a hold of Public Enemy and said, "We'd like to do sample your song," and Chuck D said, "I don't, huh? What?
Why would you want to do that?
He said, that doesn't make much sense. I think you're kidding me, aren't you? He really did. He said, I did not take them seriously. I thought they were trying to BS me. They were trying to make fun of me. And they said, no, we're perfectly serious.
Yeah.
And he said, oh, well, okay. And then Chuck D was thrilled with the result.
Yeah.
This is great.
They toured together.
Yeah. Yeah.
They came here to the Salt Palace, the old Salt Palace. That was craziness because that is getting two groups of people together in one place that would never otherwise.
Can't
be
we
in the
all
same
get along?
place together?
We're building bridges here tonight,
Yeah.
folks.
And you know what's interesting about that song is actually it didn't happen when it was first released, but then when there was that mashup with Anthrax and Public Enemy, the noise was finally brought.
Yes. Well, there's the noise.
Yeah.
I've been looking for it.
The noise was not quite brought before. They kept saying bring the noise, but everybody goes, well, where is it? I don't. And then with the team
Anthrax had it last, so we got.
the team up, both of them together made it possible that we would get the noise because it was brung.
There are no supply chain issues
No, absolutely not.
when it comes to bringing the noise now.
It's not coming from China. It's
It is
homegrown
not.
American noise.
As long as you got the right team up, the noise will be brought. Or brung, if you prefer.
Brung. I like brung.
I kind of like brung. It's not really a word, but it sounds like a word.
It should be a word, you know?
Yeah, it sounds good.
Bring, brung.
Yeah.
Today I bring, yesterday I bring, many times I have brung.
If a bell is ring, rang, rung, so why not bring, brang, brung?
Yeah.
Bring, brang, brought.
I think we've just made up our own rap lyrics.
No, we do not.
It's a song called Bring the Brung.
Yeah. Bring the brung and ring the rung. And then there's, of course, a ladder.
Huh?
A ladder.
A rung of a ladder?
A
Is that
rung
what
of a
you're-
ladder.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
And
yes.
my clothes were sopping wet, and so I wrung them out.
Yeah.
It works with everything except bring for some reason. English is one of the hardest languages in the world to learn, apparently.
Yes.
Which is why when your bigoted mother-in-law says
Yeah.
things like, "Why don't they learn English?" You bring up words like rung.
Yeah.
So I'm going to write down this word. You tell me what it is.
Yeah. Spanish, fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
It's a pretty straightforward language. English, not so much.
Not so much.
Because it's a mishmash of so many other
Exactly right.
languages and there are those who say, writers and others who say, in a way, they like the language. Writers like the language because there's so much nuance in it. You can mess around with it a lot easier.
My husband says his dad was Egyptian, as we've discussed many times. And he learned English long before he came here. But my husband would say, try thinking about parenting in not your first language.
Ooh.
Well, I just get a big
Like-
stick at that point.
Because he was raising his kids with a language that did not come.
He should have just got a stick, and said, "This is parenting for now."
Yeah. but hard to do because when you're raised, with your first language, that's the
Yeah.
primary one that's sitting there, and you want to yell at your kids for something.
Yep.
It comes out in your first language, not your second.
Now, did you ever try to learn another language?
I mean, not other than school, like regular.
No, you never really
No.
knuckled down and tried to do it.
I'd
Jerry?
like to.
How about you?
No, I just took a semester of Spanish in high school. That was about it.
So I thought I would learn to speak French. It's a language I kind of I like. I like the sound of it. And so I took it, I think 2 years worth of French in college. Couldn't speak a lick of it.
But you
or
can
read it.
you can probably recognize stuff. It's
some
in
words,
there that
yeah.
comes out.
Some words I recognize, and but just enough to get it all mixed up. But I decided a few years ago I need to learn to speak Spanish. I think everybody in America should learn to speak Spanish because it very easily could become our second language if it isn't already.
Well,
If
you
you
have
live in,
more
if you
cause
live
to
in Los
use it here.
Angeles or
Yeah.
San Diego, it is already the second.
Yeah.
It's so I thought, well, I'm going to learn to speak Spanish. And Molly Mormon, our good listener friend Molly Mormon, her husband at the time, they're not together
No.
anymore, but her husband at the time was I think he learned Spanish, but he was a missionary in Mexico or Spain, and he also taught Spanish. And he said, he heard me talking about it on the radio, and he said, if you want to learn to speak Spanish, I'll teach you how to speak Spanish. We'll have some lessons. I said, okay, well, what do we do? He said, well, I can get some classroom space at Salt Lake Community College. Why don't we meet, and we'll, once or twice a week, 3 times, whatever you think you can do, and I'll teach you how to speak Spanish. And I said, that's great. I went once, one time, and just went, I can't do it.
It would have required more time than
Yeah.
you were willing to give
Yep.
it.
I
Sue
can't
is-
do it.
Sue has been on Spanish Duolingo, that app.
I tried that. It's pretty good.
She's been nonstop for 537 days.
Really? And so I did it for about a month and for Spanish, and I thought it was actually really well laid out. And
I'll hear her doing it every now and then on her phone. I'll hear her
Does she-
speaking it.
Does she have very much Korean?
Pretty much no.
No.
No. When she was brought here, they were 5, her and her brother. The family that adopted them didn't like the idea that they were being able to communicate and us not knowing what it is.
Code.
So
They're using code.
it was no Korean in the house, and they just essentially lost it.
No, that's too bad.
well, immigrant families even do that, though. They say, they come, Mexican families come here or other nationalities, and they say to their kids, no, if we're Spanish speaking, no Spanish in the house. We need to speak English. We're here now. That's what we need to do. And I think that's unfortunate because a lot of those younger kids, especially, they grow up without their
should
native
keep it,
language.
yeah.
Sue, when she was going to college, she took a Korean class, thinking that maybe something would kick in.
It's
and
buried in there somewhere.
It's just buried so deep. She says 2 years of Korean at the U, and it's so hard. Like my tongue and brain fight.
Yeah. Well, maybe maybe when as we retire,
You'll have more time on your hands. There.
Maybe I'll learn to speak Spanish then. So when we retire, I'll start taking Spanish lessons next week.
Yeah.
Hey, you can sign up for summer semester, Bill.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know if the terms forced and retirement go together. I don't think that retire is what the word you're looking. English is hard, isn't it?
It is. It is hard. The way I'd like to learn to speak Spanish, and I thought maybe I would do it, is if I could hire somebody, pay them to just come and live here. And then
and only talk to you in Spanish.
And only communicate with me in Spanish. And
full immersion is what you're talking about.
I knew a guy who spoke flawless Spanish, and he's an American. And I said, "How did you learn to speak Spanish?" He said, "Well, I went to Mexico. I had no idea of the language at all, and I went down there and said, he went down there to live. He said, I'm going to live here. I'm going to learn how to speak the language." And he said the way he learned was reading newspapers.
Oh.
I'd pick up a newspaper every day and try to make it out and puzzle it out, and then I would ask. I would ask.
It makes sense somehow.
Yeah, there was context, and he said I would ask people, this, what am I, and he spoke, as far as I could tell, almost, excellent Spanish, just perfect.
Speak English! Why is there not a law everywhere?
If you're a Spanish speaker.
Provo, Odin y Lago Salado es X96 con Kerry Pellicina, Radio del Infierno en la mañana.
Like that.
If you're a Spanish speaker, call now. Check in with us. Say, hola. 877.
Well, I have to say more than that to prove you're Spanish speaker.
877-602-9696. That's the check-in number. Check in and tell us how do you say check-in in Spanish. Or you can check in without being a Spanish speaker. Maybe you speak another language.
Sure.
Let's get a sampling of languages this early in the morning and see how many of our Utah is a good place for a lot of other languages because of missionaries. So 877-602-9696. Check in if you speak another language or if you just speak English barely.
Seriously, Mexico?
Yeah. Check in. We'll give you a Radio from Hell tote bag.
All right, after these.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehi Christiansen and Leron Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehi Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehi as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen, when do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch?
Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
All right, it's 6:20. Let's get this over with.
All right, we'll officially begin the show. I know Jesse is holding on to check in. 877-602-9696 is the number. You can check in with the Radio from Hell show. We'll give everybody who checks in a Radio from Hell tote bag. Oh, they're magnificent. And if you speak a foreign language, let us know. Speak it at us a little bit. Gina?
Uno momento, Jesse. Uno momento. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for upcoming summer semester. Visit them at nightingale.edu.
Excelente, Gina. The moon is so close to full. 96.2% of full. We'll have a full moon on the 18th. The moon will set today at 7:14 a.m., today being Wednesday. It's the 16th day of March in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022, and this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio, Carrie Jackson, local wag Carrie Jackson.
Thank you.
Bill, he's got the ear of the king all red.
Ooh.
And Gina, did you make Barbary? Katie for short is our producer. Hi, Katie. And we also have assistance from the wonderful Miriam and the superb Cameron Diaz. So, time for your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Let's do that.
Let's begin with Jesse.
Jesse, good morning.
Ну, доброе утро. Как дела?
I'm sorry, what?
Доброе утро. Как дела? Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, Jesse.
Okay.
Thanks for speaking English, buddy. Jesse, English is not your first language. A little bit of an accent. Am I right?
Actually, it is.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
So you learned to speak?
I learned to speak Russian.
Yeah.
Actually, when I was 10.
Because your family is Russian?
No, I had always wanted to learn it. And then a lady from Ukraine moved in next door when I was 10 years old and offered to start teaching me. So I started learning then, and all through high school, college, went to Russia, went to Ukraine.
Wow.
And I still speak it.
Well, can you give us some idea? So, this is sort of dovetailed into Ukraine, but I'm curious what your thoughts were when you traveled there.
Oh, my goodness. I loved the people, both in Russia and Ukraine.
Yeah.
The people were amazing.
Yeah.
The culture was amazing. I actually felt more at home there than here.
Really?
I don't know how to explain it. It just, I don't know. It felt like I was going home.
Maybe your ancient people are from there. Are you Caucasian,
possible.
Jesse? Are you Caucasian?
I am, and I don't know where one of the branches of my lineage comes from.
Well, so at some point from the Caucasus, I would assume, which are mountain. Now, let me ask you this: Russian and Ukrainian there are two different languages, right?
Yes, they are.
And people in Ukraine, I would assume, speak both of them fluently.
More or less, yes. Ukraine wasn't its own country until 1991. They stopped being their own country in 1121 when the Mongols invaded.
Yeah.
And they weren't their own country until 1991.
Those damn Mongols. God.
They get you every time.
You're just living your life, trying to raise your family, have a little bread, and then here comes the Mongols.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, but no, they were great people, and the place is beautiful.
Yeah.
I've been watching this footage, and I've been in some of those. I've been walking past or in some of those buildings that are on fire now. I've been on some of those roads that are bombed now.
Is there anything that you think people could do to help the situation?
Goodness, I don't know.
That's a hard question.
Obviously, humanitarian efforts and stuff would go a great ways. Yeah. I've already heard of people who have military or medical experience or whatever who have just picked up and gone over to help, which is incredible.
What do you do in your life here,
Jesse? Myself, but
what do you do in your life? What do you do?
Well, I'm a mother. I work full-time for a software company.
Well, they need software. Why don't you go over there and help them with software? Jesse,
well, I don't quite have the skills they need or the money to get there, unfortunately.
Jesse, hang on the line, and we're going to get you a Radio from Hell tote bag, okay?
Ah, sweet. I was so excited to actually get on the line with you guys. I've listened to you since high school.
Oh. Well, thank us in Russian.
No, in Ukrainian. How about Ukrainian?
I really don't know Ukrainian.
Okay.
I know a tiny bit of Ukrainian.
Okay. Thank us in Russian.
Ну, спасибо большое. Мне очень нравится слушать на тебе каждый день. Радио из ада. Очень хорошее радио.
I'm sorry, what?
That was thank you.
Oh. I said thank you very much.
Okay.
I love listening to you every day. Radio from Hell is just awesome radio.
Oh, thanks.
Spasiba, Jesse.
Thank you.
I'll raise a shot glass of vodka to you.
Hold on the line.
Yeah, hang on the line, and we'll get you your tote bag. Let's see, Ron Le Carpenter checking in.
He's French.
I'm passable in Portuguese.
I'm passable in Portuguese. I like that.
Chef Roy checking in. I took 2 years of Spanish in high school, but learned more here in the workplace than I ever did in school. Yeah, I'll bet you did. Napalm Allen, fluent in Spanish, not from a mission.
Yeah.
Bring back the Spanish lesson segment.
Oh, yeah, we used to do... Another time Bill wanted to learn Spanish, and we tried to do it on...
Yeah, we did
show.
Spanish language lesson on the Radio from Hell show.
Teacher Emily checking in. Buenos dias. All right.
See.
Traffic data, please.
We'll throw in with traffic this power outage. You probably already know if you go to Skyline that you're going to be distance learning today because of a power outage. They are offering grab and go lunch. If you want to go get lunch later, they will be providing that, but you won't be in person today because of a power outage. Still light snow falling in both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. It doesn't seem to be sticking, and there are no restrictions. Crash in Provo Canyon. It's heading east at Vivian Park on the right shoulder. Not too heavy traffic now, so the delays aren't bad. And there's lots of dense fog, I guess, in Sardine Canyon this morning. Slow down your speeds and use extreme caution moving between Brigham City and Logan. And if you see anything, you can certainly text us. Just send it in if it's safe for you to text 33986. Tim Daly has new arrivals daily and pre-owned selection of 1,200 used vehicles to choose from, all makes and models. Think Forever Warranty, think Tim Daly.
All right, things that must go coming up in our next break. Stand by for that. BigOTires.com.
They are indeed the team you trust, Big O Tires. Go to their website, BigOTires.com, and you can schedule an appointment online at your local Big O Tire store.
Makes it really easy.
Yeah, you can also find a location near you at BigOTires.com, and that's easy because they're everywhere.
Yeah, I'd suggest that you get to know your local Big O Tire store. Now, they, of course, sell tires. That's a given. And as a matter of fact, you can save $100 instantly on select in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, and Pirelli brand tires now through March 27th. But more than tires, they do other things, don't they?
Yeah, they got brakes, alignments, batteries, fluids, oil changes. Carrie always likes to remind you about your windshield wipers. Get those done.
So make an online appointment. Remember, Big O Tires is the team you trust. Go to BigOTires.com and find a location near you.
Sentence number one in Spanish, please.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Wow.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después de la cena? Estoy lleno.
Yes, no. Estoy lleno. Ajá.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
Estoy lleno.
¿Qué dijo el pavo de Acción de Gracias después? Después. Gracias después de la cena estoy lleno. Wow.
Estoy lleno.
Wow.
All right. Okay, that's good, Gino.
All right.
And in English, Mario?
You know, I was talking to someone, and then they said, how come Gina always said just the last words? She never said the whole sentence. Estoy lleno.
How do you say because she's very lazy?
Porque es muy floja.
Muy floja.
Muy floja. Go ahead in English, Mario.
Okay. What did the Thanksgiving turkey say after dinner?
I don't know what.
I'm stuffed.
Estoy lleno.
Stuffed.
Estoy lleno.
All right, and sentence number two in Spanish, please.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young. Otros para la Universidad de Utah. Utah, yo le voy a las porristas.
Sí.
Algo de porra para Brigham Young, otros para la Universidad de Utah. Yo le voy a las porristas. ¡A las porristas!
And that is in English, Mario?
Some cheer for Brigham Young, others for the University of Utah. I cheer for the cheerleaders.
Yay! The only way to go.
But not when my wife is around.
No.
Yep.
No. Mario, are you going to have a big traditional Thanksgiving dinner?
Yes, sir.
What will you have?
We're going to have turkey. I'm sorry, pavo.
Pavo.
Acción de gracias.
What else will you have?
You know, usually we met at Farol.
Oh, do you?
We met at El Farol, so we all bring a dish.
Yeah.
So
and have
pavo is gonna be there for reals.
So you'll have the turkey at the restaurant, and
then some other dishes, salads, and.
What will your wife bring, or do you cook?
I don't cook.
Yeah, your wife will cook.
My wife will cook,
and she will bring.
Let me call her.
No, it's all right. Thanks, Mario.
I don't know what she'll bring.
I'm sure she appreciates the fact that you know what she's bringing. .35, and we do have things that must go coming up here in about 10 minutes. Do you have anything for us before then? Anything we need to know? Stuff we should know?
Well, yeah. What it is, I know a lot of you are worried about David Archuleta. I know Gina was particularly worried about him.
He's been going through a tough time.
He has been.
Is it sponsorable, Gina?
Sure. Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and power sport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
Well, Gina, I've got good news for you. David Archuleta said that his recent vocal cord surgery went well.
Oh,
now,
good.
there were those of us who were hoping he would never sing again.
Oh, stop.
But there are other people like you, Gina, who hope that he does sing again. Gina has all of his record. She knows all of his song, and she loves him. He says, I just had a follow-up meeting with the doctor who performed the vocal surgery on me yesterday. He says, I can't remember the specific term of it, but it was something to do with nodules and like blood vessels and stuff like that. Thanks for your concern and well wishes during this recovery time. Archuleta says he has not spoken, and I sure know this because he used to call me every day. He has not spoken since February 7th. He will continue to not speak for the next several weeks because of his vocal cords. Apparently Top Gun Maverick is finally going.
I've been waiting for 2 years to go see it with my son.
They're going to have a special screening of it. Well, get your son and head to the Cannes Film Festival. There will be a special screening of Top Gun, described by a writer for Variety as the planetary blockbuster that Thierry Frémaux has been dreaming of since 2020. The Cannes director first aimed to get that movie secured for the out-of-competition slot before COVID-19 delays upended the film. So this guy who runs Cannes, he wanted to show this movie.
I'm with you, Thierry.
Yeah. So I guess that it's going to happen.
I have not been to a movie theater in 2.5 years.
Well, they have very nice ones at Cannes, Gina. So
the first movie I am going to is going to be that Memorial Weekend in Florida.
To quote Arnold Schwarzenegger, get your ass to con. Doug Emhoff.
The second man, gentleman.
He is second gentleman. He is Kamala Harris's husband, I guess, although he has a different last name, go figure. But Doug Emhoff has got the COVID. He tested positive on Tuesday, according to a statement from the vice president's office. Earlier today, the second gentleman tested positive for COVID-19, said Sabrina Singh, deputy press secretary for Vice President Harris. Out of an abundance of caution, the vice president will not participate in tonight's event. The vice president tested negative for COVID. That's Kamala, tested negative for COVID. But she will continue to test just to make sure. Emhoff's positive test is the first known case of COVID among the first or second families since President Biden and Harris took office in 2021. Now, COVID here in Utah, going down still. Utah's Department of Health reported 94 new COVID-19 cases. You remember, it was not long ago that we were saying there were over 1,000 cases a day?
2,000, yeah.
Yeah, got close to 2,000. The first time they have been this low has been below 100 since April of 2020. 5 more deaths were reported, 2 of which occurred prior to yesterday, March 15th. School-aged children accounted for 19 of Tuesday's cases here in Utah. Vladimir Putin's history makes it very hard to imagine a peace agreement in which an independent Ukraine continues to exist. Putin views Ukraine as a natural part of greater Russia. Try to control it, or to try and control it, he has at his disposal a military vastly stronger than Ukraine's. He's also demonstrated in Chechnya and in Syria that he will kill a large number of civilians to achieve his aims. In Ukraine, Putin seems willing to spend months, if not years, fighting a brutal war and killing civilians over a place that matters more to him than the rest of the world. But if it's hard to imagine his accepting some version of defeat, it's not impossible. It would probably involve his deciding that the war has become too costly, both in terms of actual money and in terms of his popularity and in terms of the death it incurs in Russian troops.
But he would never admit defeat.
No, but it does suggest that he might be able to see some sort of compromise that makes it look as though he's won. So that's why people keep talking. The Russian and the Ukrainian emissaries meeting yet again, trying to work out something that would at least stop the shelling. Maybe they say, okay, just stop the artillery fire and the bombing. For the moment, if the troops have to remain in place, let's do that. But please, just stop bombing things. President Biden will announce today an additional $800 million in security assistance to Ukraine. That would bring the total to $1 billion announced in just the last week. The package of military assistance would include anti-tank missiles and more of the defense weapons that the U.S. has already been providing, including the Javelin anti-tank and Stinger anti-aircraft missiles, said officials familiar with the plan. The assistance, however, will stop short of a no-fly zone or sending fighter jets. Ukrainian President Zelensky said, "I'd really like some of those fighter jets."
Let's just give them some jets. I get not enforcing the no-fly zone because then you're at war. Because enforcing it means you have to shoot at each other, and that's where we are.
Yeah, but if you give them jets,
Yeah. But it's Ukrainian pilots that are flying them.
But it really a war in the air escalates things beyond what what you're seeing now is bad.
Yeah.
But a battle, an air battle, is beyond awful. And so that's, I think, what the.
But it's already in the air there. Russia's dropping bombs on them from the air. So
yes, but if you engage them again, it is magnitudes of, worse. It's just magnitudes worse. An air war is just awful.
I mean, we could go in there and really help take back Ukraine. We could. But Putin's whole idea, he's like this jealous boyfriend. If I can't have you, no one will. And he's just the kind of person who would just say, well, if you're taking back Ukraine, I'm just going to destroy it and hit the big red button.
You know what's interesting is that Russia owes the United States $40 billion in interest payments on loans that we have given them. These are half of the bonds are owned by foreign investors, but a lot of them are owned. It's American money. Russian corporations have racked up approximately $100 billion in foreign currency debt, and the bill is due. Will they default on it? Or will they? There's a 30-day grace period. My guess is they're going to stretch that to the 30 days, and then maybe when they don't come up with the payment, we'll have to cut off their electricity or something. Make sure that their gas doesn't work. Now, local stuff. Did you see this crane?
Yeah.
Did you report this in traffic, Gina? Because I think it's affecting traffic downtown.
Is it still? Yeah.
One person injured when a crane collapsed in downtown Salt Lake last night. According to the Salt Lake Fire Department, the crane collapsed around 9 p.m. It fell 20 feet, landing on two parked cars. The only injury was the operator of the crane, taken to the hospital in serious condition. It could have been much, much worse. Two cars were just crushed. Fortunately, they were parked with no one in them. Just quickly, Salt Lake City has returned to the list of 100 most dangerous cities in America. We were off the list for a while. We're back on. And then finally this, a huge 20-foot alligator in downtown
that's what makes it dangerous.
A huge 20-foot alligator was spotted eating a smaller alligator in the Everglades in Florida. It was caught on video by Julie Smith. It was amazing, they said, to watch, and I didn't watch the video. I don't know if you did, Gina, because you sent me this, to watch this bigger alligator just,
Well, you're missing the best detail about this.
Well, they sliced him open, and what did they find, Gina?
No, that this was his love rival.
Oh,
they
the alligator.
were fighting for alligator affections.
Oh, this isn't the one that had the leg and the arm, right?
No.
Wow.
This is alligator love rivals.
Yeah.
You'll never have her.
Is it true that Kanye forwarded this to Pete Davidson?
I don't know, maybe.
With an arrow? This is you.
This is you.
Wally Gator could not be reached for comment.
All right. Sports weather traffic.
Well, somebody in Las Vegas placed a very large bet that the Buccaneers were going to win the Super Bowl.
Okay.
Before Tom Brady's announcement?
Yes, because the odds were 60-1 at the time, and the Las Vegas betting board or whatever is investigating it because this happened pre-announcement. They think somebody had insider information and placed a huge bet.
Listen, it was not pretty much you could have bet that Tom Brady would return.
You've been betting on it. That's why you've been reporting daily whether he was still retired or not.
Yep. So
the Jazz tonight, they are home to the Chicago Bulls. That game is at 7 p.m. Weather, so we had some weather overnight, a little bit of rain that's lingering in some places, but mostly sunny later today. Cooler, highs around 50. And doesn't look like we have another chance for rain showers until Saturday night into Sunday. So after this little storm finishes up this morning, looks like we'll have sunny skies for most of the rest of the week. Traffic, once again, Skyline High's power is out, and so they're doing remote learning today. So happy Skyline kids out there. State Street remains closed southbound from 1st to 2nd South in downtown Salt Lake. That's due to that crane collapse that Bill was talking about. Traffic lights on Main Street and Nichols Road and Fruit Heights are flashing red all directions. Treat that as a four-way stop. Some light snow falling in both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons. Not sticking, though, and there are no travel restrictions in either of those canyons. Crash Provo Canyon heading east at Vivian Park on the right shoulder. And some fog issues in Sardine Canyon this morning. You're going to want to slow your speeds and use extreme caution moving between Brigham City and Logan. That's traffic.
Stephanie thinks it was Giselle that placed that bet.
Oh.
Ms. Bunchen. Things that must go now, brought to you by.
For over 65 years, they've been a part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
These are things that are really bugging you. You just can't stand them in your life anymore. And you think, oh, I know what I'll do. I could get rid of these things if I get it off my chest by sending it to Radio from Hell. So you send us an email with your things that must go. Put must go in the subject line. Send it to radiofromhell@x96.com, and we'll help you out. Gina, help somebody out.
The first one comes from my sister. They're all good looking. Mikkel. Her thing that must go is TV remotes that don't have backlit buttons.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're sitting there in the dark.
Yeah. Have to
and
get
you
out your
can't.
phone.
You have to hold it kind of up to the TV so you can see some light. Yeah, they should all be backlit. Of
course.
It's a perfect must go. Let's see. This from Please Don't Use My Name. And it's pertinent today, daylight savings versus standard time. I'm sure Bill will have more of this coming up in the news. As a person who worked outdoor for decades, my body's internal clock is forever linked to the sun, so it matters not what the clock on the wall says to me. When there's more light and heat, we start earlier. When there's less light, we start later. But as a parent, the time on the clock matters. I don't want the children to go to school in total darkness for an extra 3 or 4 months. It wouldn't get light till almost 9 o'clock for much of winter, and that puts all our little ones at more risk. Even when they're old enough to drive, it's safer when there's more daylight. So my must go is locking in daylight savings time. Looks like that's what's going to happen, though. Let's see. My next must go is your janky phone system. I've tried to check in several times on my end. It rings and then goes busy. My brain tells me that this is the first step of you not letting me listen. Please make these things go.
It's not our first step.
No.
That's out of our control.
Then this one. Please don't use my name. I don't want people to know I'm this old. My thing that must go is the patrons of Eccles Theater. My God, they're obnoxious. We have a beautiful theater, and these idiots can't find their seats, can't remain seated during performances. They talk. It's disrespectful to the performers, the patrons, and the staff. My most recent experience was at Jim Jeffries. Not the most wild performer, but even he and his opening act were making fun of people who couldn't just sit down and stay there. You go to a performance, you find your seat timely before it starts, you sit down, and you stay put. Remain seated, please.
Is that it? Are you done? Okay. I'll go next. One of my things that must go is, as Gina just did in the previous, saying daylight savings time. It's daylight saving time. Not savings, daylight saving time. Get it right, people. It's not hard.
Well, it's going away. I don't need to learn it, so.
Distilled water shortage must go, says this person. Please don't use my name. Distilled water shortage. Yes, there are many shortages right now, and in a time of war and pestilence, it should be expected. But this is water without stuff in it. My CPAP deserves mineral-free water, at least until I pay it off. Do what I did, sir or madam. I bought a machine that makes distilled water at home.
How much is the machine that makes distilled
I don't know. It was
water?
$100 or something like that. It wasn't terribly expensive, and I don't have to buy plastic gallon jugs of distilled water all the time anymore.
It's a great idea.
Number 2, working with more than one department on the same day. Floating is a necessary evil in the medical field when we are short-staffed. I'll go where you send me. However, I draw the line at having a good attitude about shifting gears in the middle of my working day in one place and being sent to another, and another, and another. Please just make me do one job per day. This thing that must go, number 3, people who tell me I'm a hero after complaining about wearing a mask in the clinic or refusing to get vaccinated. It's kind of an empty compliment. Things that must go, number 4, my blood tests narking on me for coping with the free pizza and donuts the clinic provides. My liver better keep its mouth shut or I'll go back to killing it with cheaper vodka. My final thing that must go, dementia. Stop stealing my friends.
Oh.
Much love to you all for keeping me sane for 32 damn years. Oh, and I thought of one other of my own things that must go quickly. It made me think of that. Stupid Lent and me agreeing to not drink.
Are you still being good?
Yes.
Oh, bless your heart.
Stupid Lent.
All right.
Terry?
Well, from the foot of Mount Doom, just a couple of things here real quick. First of all, when you buy the sliced cheese and it doesn't have paper in between the slices, because then the cheese slices stick together and they tear when you're pulling them apart.
You're so brave, Carrie.
I know, right?
You're so brave.
The struggle is real. Also, I was prepared to bring a must-go because I looked at the weather and it said that it was probably going to snow on us up here tonight. And I was going to bring in, this is the third Wednesday in a row that it snowed. And that means, Thursday when the pooper scooper guy comes, he can't see the poop. It's under the snow for the dogs, picking up the dog's poop. And I was prepared to do that. But then I got thinking, do I want to do that, really? Because people will think I'm bougie for having a pooper scooper.
Yeah, you got a shovel, Carrie.
But here's the thing. Here's what I've determined. People who think I'm bougie for having a pooper scooper must go. Because, first of all, look, I got no kids. I can afford it. I'm supporting a local business, an entrepreneur, and my dogs are job creators. They just went out and created a job this morning.
Come on. Let's go create a job. Come on.
There's a good job. Let's see. Also, and here's another pet-related one, must go, from Suzanne. People who don't have doggy doors installed for their dog. Why? I ask why. The dog can go in and out as needed without you deciding when it can or can't relieve itself. It's absurd. Just install a door, for hell's sake. Now, Katie replied to this, said, well, if you want big cats in your house, that's what's going to happen.
Oh.
Now, I haven't had that problem.
I had a doggy door. I had a cat door. Raccoons. I had raccoons in my basement
you have some
all the time.
that they have something on their collar that it only opens for them?
They do have those.
Yeah, but we haven't
Try
had
to get a cat wear a collar. Try.
We haven't had that problem up here, but I do agree with the doggy door, the fenced-in yard. That's also very important. Let's see, this one from, I'm not sure I can use their name. Yeah, they didn't put their name on it, so I won't. When a commenter says to another commenter on social media, nobody asked you for your opinion. Because get what? Yes, they effing did. They absolutely did ask for the comments. When somebody posts anything ever, it is posted for attention and feedback, unless, of course, the option to comment is turned off, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn off my option to comment. Because most of the time I'm just making a statement. I don't need your feedback. But anyway, those who tell my daughter to show your teeth when you smile while taking pictures. This is especially true when that person happens to be a family member who continues to pester her during a photo session. It also goes for school photographers on picture day who relentlessly ask 3 or 4 times to show her teeth. Leave my daughter alone, you turds. My daughter can smile however she wants to smile. Exactly. Nobody is offering you their unsolicited advice on how to look better in your damn pictures. And lastly, any man who tells a woman, you should smile more. Am I right, Gina?
Yeah.
I can go full off on a tangent, but I will end on this one. Oh, wait, I have one more. Boyd Matheson must go. Oh, look at me. I'm Boyd Matheson. I'm so reasonable and deeply profound. You're neither, Boyd. Get the out.
Yeah.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic tipster Nancy Grace says there's a crash 54 South and Redwood. Not Nancy, just witnessed it by someone else. Some roads are still wet across the Wasatch Front, so that may cause some slicker conditions. Not icy, though. It's warm enough that that's not the problem. State Street remains closed southbound from 1st to 2nd South in downtown Salt Lake. This is due to that crane collapse. We also have traffic lights out Main Street and Nichols Road in Fruit Heights. They're flashing red all directions. Treat that as a four-way stop. Light snow falling both Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons, but it doesn't seem to be sticking, and there are no restrictions to go up either of those. There is fog, though, in Sardine Canyon this morning. Slow your speeds. Use some caution moving between Brigham City and Logan. That's traffic.
All right, thank you. KXRK Provo, we'll be back in this coming hour. We got Boners Round 1 for you on the way, and perhaps an update on Gina Barberi and her Gutty Works.
Well.
Or something coming up. X96.
They cataloged 1,568 serials, released over 150 years, and then let people vote on which one is the best serial in history.
In history.
So not current cereal, just
The greatest serials of all time.
I know you feel strongly about that.
I do.
Over 500,000 people voted.
This was a good list.
Do you agree with the findings?
I do.
Okay.
There's a top 50. Oh, no, there's a top 100.
Top 100.
Number 100 at the very bottom got 2,229 votes. I don't know as I've ever even heard of Vanilla Crunch.
It no longer exists.
Yeah, some of these are gone.
It was a Captain Crunch line.
Okay.
And the mascot was a white whale. But it was delicious. It was just little vanilla balls.
Sounds good.
They were just so good.
I remember the little white whale.
Yeah.
Now, do
Really
you
yummy.
Grins, smiles, and giggles and laughs?
Yes.
That's 99. Never heard of it.
It's a kind of a sugary corn-based cereal. It's shaped like smiles.
Okay.
All right, the top 10.
All right.
Number 10, with 5,051 votes. Wheat Chex.
Again, a good utility cereal.
Like no Cocoa Puff.
Yeah.
Number 9,
Puffa Puffa Rice. Again, regional.
number.
They didn't poll me on this.
Oh, wait.
You know, Gina, there's a reason people don't poll you. No one cares for your opinion.
Well, so far, this top 10 sucks.
Number 8, and you've been urging me to get to it. I've been doing the entertaining part of the list. Now we get to the sucky part. I knew what I was doing. Number 8, Rice Crinkles. See
I don't
again.
know that one either.
Number 7, Concentrate? What's
I
Concentrate?
have no idea. That one, I've not heard
Is
of
this
that
a
one.
British list?
I don't
No, because
recognize the...
Weetabix is not on the list.
No.
Number 6, Wheaties. Number 5, Captain Crunch. Number 4, Honey Nut Cheerios.
Delicious.
Number 3, a good cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Always good. You like that
I
one.
like that one.
Yeah.
Number 2, they're great.
Frosted Flakes.
And number 1,
The absolute correct answer.
no, and I don't get this, but I know you love this cereal. Quisp.
Quisp. I nearly wore my Quisp watch today because of that.
A cereal that should come back, right?
It shows up every now and then.
Yeah.
real quick, this distilled water situation.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong on this, but I thought I saw somebody, like on Twitter or something, say that if you go to an aquarium store, that they have distilled water there.
Okay.
Like specifically, they said that this Fish for You down here on Holiday, had distilled water, which I don't know. I'm asking the big magic box out there. Is that the case?
Get a machine.
But yeah, get a distiller.
It's really not very expensive. I was just trying to look up and see. Oh, there's the one I bought. Let's see how much it was. It was $130.
So that's not horrible.
No, I mean when you think you're buying and I did it mainly because I was wasting the plastic of those jugs because you just throw the plastic jugs away. I said this is ridiculous.
How big of a machine is that?
Oh, it's I guess it's about this.
Just wondering how much space I'm going to need.
What I do is
humidifier, the size of a humidifier.
Well, no. Oh. What I do is keep it stored away. I don't leave it out. So it's stored away in a box, and then once every 2 or 3 weeks when I need to make distilled water, and it takes several hours. It has a 5-gallon, I think, container, probably 2.5-gallon container. And it takes several hours to fill that up with distilled water. But you just turn the machine on and let it go. And I bought this particular one because it turns itself off when it's full.
Oh, yeah.
So you can just turn it on and forget it. And then
set it and forget it?
Yeah. And it's a little noisy, so I have it in a bathroom that I just close the door and let it go. And then I just take the distilled water and store that and take the machine apart, which takes about 4 seconds, and store it in a box.
Oh, it's reverse osmosis water, not distilled. But you can get it in any saltwater fish store.
Now, this is, you need distilled water for your CPOP. So let's see, a couple of things we were all wondering, Gina, about your, did you make?
Or do you want to wait to talk to Dr. Cobble about this?
My telehealth appointment is coming up in about 40 minutes. So.
All right. So we'll wait for that.
Yeah.
All right. I had one other quick thing, and I don't know if I'll get the chance to get to my story. I watched Reacher last night on Amazon Prime. If you haven't seen it, now I don't really have that much interest in it. I know Tom Cruise played Jack Reacher in a couple of movies. Well, he ain't no Reacher. This guy that's in Amazon Prime, he's Reacher. Don't call him Mr. Reacher. Every time somebody calls him Mr. Reacher, he just says, it's Reacher. He is a big, it's really funny. It's actually, they make kind of a joke out of it. But he is I don't know the actor at all.
I don't remember his name, but he was on Titans, this DC show.
He
on
also
HBO
plays
Max.
Thad in Blue Mountain State.
Oh,
and it's great.
He was Hawk on Titans until he was killed.
He's a fairly nice looking guy, but he's really big and muscular. Not way overdeveloped muscular, but very muscular. And he's also a pretty good actor, but the script is clever. He's a big tough guy that can, there are scenes where he fights at least 6 guys at once, and takes care of them all. And Gina's scoffing like, well, that's not very realistic. Go to another Marvel movie, okay? So Gina, sure.
No. I feel like you might be sweet on him.
It's very believable. Well, he's good, but what really makes the show good, the script, he's got the investigative powers of Sherlock Holmes. He's that good of a detective. But he's sort of a mystery man. And I looked up what Rotten Tomatoes had to say about it. I was surprised that I liked it as much as I did. I was just looking for something to watch last night and went, oh, I'll try that Reacher. And I stayed up too late because I watched the first episode and went, well, I kind of want to see another episode, so I watched 2. And
according to Blaine, even in the books, because it's a series of books apparently, even in the books, his mom even calls him Reacher.
Yeah, yes, she does. They have
Reacher.
They have little flashbacks from when he's a kid, he and his brother, and they're like 11, 12 years old, and his mom calls him Reacher. Reacher, you go with your brother and have fun, Reacher. But Rotten Tomatoes, the critics give it 90% and the audience 90%. So I recommend it. It's good. Then the other thing, I got into a little, well, it wasn't an altercation, but I was at the grocery store yesterday and I went to buy some pancetta. Pancetta comes in a roll, essentially. And I wanted 4 ounces of pancetta. So I said, I'd like 4 ounces of pancetta. And the woman behind the counter gets the roll of pancetta out, and she said, and I said, I just want it in 1 piece. And she said, so about this much? And she put her fingers, now I don't, if you're at x96.com/live, you can see what I'm doing. Say this is a roll of pancetta, this can, and she put her fingers from the bottom of the roll to not quite the top of the roll of pancetta. And she said, about this much? And I said, well, I think that would be way more than 4 ounces. And she looked at me really exasperated and took the whole thing and put it on the scale. And she said, there you go. That's 20 ounces. And I said, yeah, so a piece that big that you're indicating with your fingers spread out like that, that would be way more than 4 ounces. And she said, and then she went, and she took the pancetta and she cut a hunk of it off and slapped it down on the scale and said, there, look at that. See? Right there, 4 ounces. I went, oh. So what she was doing is holding her fingers apart like this, saying, but she meant this little top
She meant
portion.
the remaining part.
Yeah, she meant the remaining part of the roll. And she acted like I was just the biggest pain in the ass on the planet. She wrapped it up, put it in front of me and said, have a nice day. It was just a little bit of miscommunication, ma'am. I didn't say anything. I just went, okay, thank you.
I mean, yeah, what she should have done was, measured from the top like that, or if she'd have went from here up. Using the same measurement, you say the top there. This
and
part.
I think I even said to her, do you mean the top portion where your top finger is? And she went, and that's when she went, here, and cut it and slapped it down. And she said, there, see, I was right. That's exactly 4 ounces. Okay, thank you.
How was the pancetta?
It was great.
Oh.
That's, it's essentially fancy Italian bacon.
I would have just said to her, you're the professional here. I just need a solid piece, 4 ounce. However you want to do it.
I was unclear why it became such a... she was obviously just really aggravated with me. And I was not. I was just like...
You have that effect on people sometimes.
It's because she was saying... She thought I was being deliberately obtuse and not understanding her, whereas I think I was reasonably misunderstanding her. But
all right, traffic, please.
Okay, so some roads are still wet for that storm we had come through, and still raining in a little parts, but not much. Just be aware that the roads could be a little bit slick. Make sure your lights are on. Give yourself some space. State Street remains closed southbound from 1st to 2nd South in downtown Salt Lake. That's due to a crane collapse. A little bit of snow in Big and Little Cottonwood Canyons, but it doesn't seem to be sticking, and there are no restrictions up there. There is some fog people are experiencing in Sardine Canyon this morning. You want to slow your speeds. Make sure your lights are on. Use some extra caution if you're traveling between Logan and Brigham City. And if you're seeing anything, you can certainly text us about it. 33986 is where you do that, and we'll pass along.
All right.
Boners round one coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering. Number 1, when is somebody going to shut him up? Number 2, what are you doing walking on my damn street? And number 3, baby on board for a wild ride.
All right, boners round 1 coming up after these, X96.
Brother Philip likes Propel water.
It's Jesus' preferred water.
On the right hand of God. America, on the right hand of God.
Excuse us. Are you Brother Philip?
Yeah.
Hi, can we talk to you for a second? Sure. Yeah, we do a radio show in Salt Lake City. And we're just talking to your disciples over there. Is that what we should call them? Your disciples?
Your
brothers?
Jesus' disciples, really.
Oh, your associates. And we were going to chat with them for a second, and they said, well, you should go talk to Brother Philip. He's the man. Doing the preacher. The preacher. Now, so you do this every day here in Maui?
Yeah, I try to fulfill this.
And you have signs over there that say, sign of the times. What does that mean, Brother Philip?
It's right. I have to share it.
Pardon me?
St. Matthew.
All right, now Brother Philip's going to get out a
the Bible. It's a well-worn Bible. Looks like he's had it for a while.
How long have you had that Bible, Brother Philip?
I'm not sure, really.
And it's Matthew we're looking at.
Yeah.
Are you from Maui?
Yes.
Yep.
I'm from heaven, too.
From heaven?
Yes,
well,
thank you.
I guess we're all from heaven.
Praise the Lord. The Holy Bible, heaven.
Uh-huh.
And in the morning, it shall be foul weather today. For the sky is red and lowering. O ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of the sky, but can ye not discern the signs of the times?
High of 73.
I cannot discern the signs of the times.
Although it was a great album by Prince, I know
That's
that.
the reason why we look in the Bible, because of things that God has spoken is coming to pass today.
Now, Brother Philip, we have a woman here. She is the reason we came to Maui is to do it. We do a radio show together, and but she's actually come here to get married.
Right on.
She'll be married on Monday. And do you have any advice?
God wills.
Pardon?
If God wills.
If God wills.
That means I might not get married if God doesn't will
I've maintained that all along, but if God wills, you will get married on Monday. But do you have any advice for somebody getting married?
Well,
back to the book.
Back in the book again. Yep. 19, eh? Was it 19?
All the answers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Look at that. He knows right where to go in this book.
Yeah.
It's like he's read it before.
Not so. Right. And said, for this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and the twain shall be one flesh.
Okay.
You're still looking for somebody to perform the ceremony, aren't you? do you do weddings, Brother Philip?
No, I have a friend who does that.
All right. Oh. Hey, thank you so much for talking with us.
I love you. Thank you so much for.
Yep. And thank you.
God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Brother Philip, ladies and gentlemen, spreading the word on the streets of Maui on front. $7:19 right now, and it is time for round one of your boner voting. Presenting to you now 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide, with your vote, of these three candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. Winning here makes it the winner of round 1, because round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again with 3 more candidates. Another winner there. We send both winners forward to boner fight. 9:20 is when you'll vote for boner of the day. 9:20 this morning. So right now, this is round 1. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. 2 now, a third in a bit. Once you've heard all 3 candidates, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Tickets to see Rise Against live at the Complex this July 26th. You can find out more about that show at x96.com.
Boner candidate number 1. When is somebody just going to shut him up? Fox News host Tucker Carlson lobbed transphobic attacks against 4-star Admiral Rachel Levine on his show Tuesday night, questioning why the nation's highest-ranking transgender official was honored as a Woman of the Year and calling her a fake admiral. Carlson's segment came after USA Today dubbed Levine one of its Women of the Year for her role during the COVID-19 pandemic. Other honorees included Melinda French Gates, Simone Biles. Levine, who is a physician, is the Assistant Secretary for Health at the Department of Health and Human Services and leads a group of 6,000 uniformed public health officers. She was sworn in as a 4-star admiral of the Public Health Service Commission Corps in October, only the 6th person to be named as such in the Corps' history. Levine is also the first female 4-star admiral and first openly transgender 4-star admiral, achievements hailed by civil rights groups and USA Today. Carlson and his guest Candace Owens disagreed. A biological man called Rachel Levine is at the very top of the list, he said. Levine is a fake admiral, and we're told, a woman. If Rachel Levine can declare, I'm a woman, then why can't I declare that I'm Samoan and demand that you respect me, he said. Why can't I be whatever I want to be?
Does he want to be Samoan?
It's just an absolutely false comparison.
It is.
And I would maintain, Tucker, that this person has achieved more in her life than you ever have. Boner candidate number 1. When is somebody just going to shut him up?
Here's the thing:
why
is
do
that
people still listen to it?
Well, he's huge. He's very popular, and that's the things that we could tune in to Comrade Tucker Fish Sticks every night, and find a boner candidate falling out of his mouth every night.
Yeah, I'm going to maybe stop nominating him.
Well, we'll see.
Boner candidate number 2 now. What are you doing walking down my damn street? It's my damn street. This is kind of a minor thing, except for the response or the reason. A Florida woman arrested Saturday afternoon for allegedly shooting a neighbor in the face with a water pistol, a squirt gun.
Okay.
Now it was probably, I think it was a super soaker. Those can be pretty powerful. According to police, Renee Bolduc was inside of her home at the King of the Road Mobile Home Park in St. Petersburg.
Great name for a mobile home park.
When one Nicole Hosmer walked past her mobile home.
Okay.
Ms. Bolduc, cops allege, came out of her trailer, stood on the porch where she took a water gun and squirted the victim in the face. Hosmer never went onto the defendant's property, nor did she make any aggressive movements at all. So what happened? Well, Bolduc allegedly squirted Hosmer in the face, she said, because she was upset that this woman was walking on my street. Hosmer lives a few blocks away in the trailer park, at the King of the Road trailer park. Hosmer was not injured. But what an awful thing, what a nasty thing to do to someone, and the reason being, she was walking on my street.
Well, she won't do that again, will she?
America, my freedoms.
Boner candidate number 2, what are you doing walking on my street? Coming up in a moment, number 3, Baby on board for a wild ride.
All right. Let's see. We do have number 3 coming up here in about 7 or 8 minutes. Yeah.
If you thought Sam Elliott was done when he was talking about Power of the Dog, he wasn't done.
We've got so much Sam Elliott news. It requires sponsorship. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Katie buys all her dice there. Shop online at hastergames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
Now, I'd forgot about this. I listened to the interview, Mark Maron, Sam Elliott. I hate Mark Maron's interview style because it's all about Mark Maron. But Sam Elliott criticized Power of the Dog and Jane Campion, and there was that whole kerfuffle. Well, I'd forgotten he also was very critical of Yellowstone. Now, Yellowstone is created by Taylor Sheridan. Taylor Sheridan. And Taylor Sheridan also created this show that Sam Elliott is in, 1883. Well, here's what Sam Elliott had to say about Yellowstone. Well, I'm not a Yellowstone fan. I don't watch Yellowstone. I love Kevin Costner. There's a lot of good people in the cast, and a few of them I've worked with before. Nothing against any of them, but it's just too much like an effing Dallas or a soap opera for me. I don't care for it.
It is.
It is.
A soap opera.
But I think he could have been a little nicer, particularly when Tyler Sheridan is the person giving you a job. You know, I just think he could have been a little nicer. He's made it clear that he's pretty picky about his Westerns.
Sam Elliott is just, he keeps...
It's kind of funny.
And here's the thing, is that how is he responding to this whole, I'm in the news cycle again?
He's not saying anything as far as I know. Saying nothing. And the whole interview, I have to say, he was he's entertaining. He's interesting. He's entertaining. He was a little off base on Power of the Dog, I would say. I think his comments about Yellowstone, they're not wrong, but I think it's just odd that he was not a little nicer to Tyler Sheridan. Taylor Sheridan. Are you sure?
Next week, you're going to get my opinion on puppies, and you're not going to like it.
And white wine.
White wine, yeah.
And we're all excited for the Grammys. You know, I know you guys love the Grammys, and I love them too. And I'm even more excited to know that the Grammys will take place in Las Vegas, and they're going to be hosted by Trevor Noah, and it's April 3rd, and Billie Eilish and Olivia Rodrigo and BTS are all scheduled to perform, so it's really going to be great. COVID-19 surging again overseas.
Yep.
What does that mean for us?
It's on its way.
It's coming.
Well, it could possibly be. It's much of Europe and Asia, including China. The rates are going back up. It's the largest surge since the virus first emerged from China more than 2 years ago. It's the largest surge in China. It has resulted in several large factory cities being locked down. Now, in China, when they say lockdown, they mean lockdown. There's none of this namby-pamby, I don't want to wear a mask, I don't want to get...
No, you're not allowed to leave your house, or they will arrest you.
Yeah, they make it so that you can provide get groceries and things like that, but you don't leave. You stay in your house. I think they send people around and to deliver food.
They do, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, is that the boats are now backing up in China because there's nobody to there's nobody to load and unload.
Even though past COVID-19 outbreaks overseas soon spread to the United States and sent cases soaring, that doesn't mean history will necessarily repeat itself, according to Han Kim, who is a public health professor at Westminster College in Salt Lake. It's harder and harder to predict what's going to happen, given what's happening in other places, Kim said. Different populations have different levels of immunity. Different countries have different policies on lockdowns, vaccinations, and so on. One of the policies, known as Zero COVID, is not faring well, especially in China and Hong Kong, against incredibly transmissible Omicron variant. That drove cases to record levels in Utah and the rest of the United States earlier this year. So what Kim seems to be saying is those severe lockdowns are not that helpful. You might as well try and operate in society a bit as much as you can. The lockdowns don't seem to work that well, because here it comes again. BioNTech and Pfizer are both seeking FDA authorization for a fourth COVID-19 dose for people 65 years and older.
That's great for people that get it, but so many people haven't had their first booster. They think they got the first round, and they a very low percentage of people have had the actual booster.
Well, that's anyway. If you have, be looking forward. If you're 65 and older, you're gonna get another shot. I'm gonna predict that one of these very first days, they're just gonna be sending syringes full of COVID vaccine out to people's houses. Just do it yourself, you guys. That's what's going to happen. The Utah County Sheriff's Office said an Eagle Mountain woman is suspected of animal cruelty after 16 dogs were found dead inside of her home.
Well,
15
they're not sure.
of them in a freezer.
Oh.
Could it possibly be animal cruelty? I don't know. She's suspected of it. I was going to make this a boner candidate, but it would win too easily. Neighbors went to check on the welfare of the dogs when the 74-year-old woman was hospitalized after a fall. She said, go make sure my dogs are okay. Well, there were about 12 dogs alive in the house, 15 dead dogs in a freezer, and one outside of the freezer, and the condition of the home, well, you can guess what the squalor was like. The case has been submitted to the Utah County Attorney's Office. 14 live dogs were removed from the home. Let's see. For the first time in decades, 30 years, I think, the person who is responsible for the ballots in Salt Lake County will not be on the ballot.
Oh.
Sherry Swenson?
Oh.
Yeah.
She's been there as long as I can remember.
Sherry Swenson, who has bested Republicans with wide margin wins since she was first elected in 1990.
God bless you, Sherry.
Will not seek a 9th term as county clerk. Instead, she said she wants to pursue things like, traveling, that she hasn't really had an opportunity to.
Well, and can you blame her?
No.
Her office has been inundated with threats and derisive calls, and
yeah.
I don't blame her. But
speaking of dogs, as we were earlier, the most popular dog breeds in the United States, a list of them has been released. The most popular dog breeds, and I'm really pleased to announce that the Weenie dog is number one. Weenie dogs, number one on the list of 10. Top 10, no. Dachshunds, which I like Dachshunds quite a bit. They are on the list, but they're not.
It's the Labrador.
They're not
top
number
5?
one.
It's the Golden Lab, of course.
Yeah, I believe it is.
It always is.
This particular story doesn't lay it out for me, and
what?
I have to read.
I hate that.
Yeah,
I hate that in news stories. Make a list.
Yeah, I had another one where there was just a list.
If your news story is about a list, because that's what that is, just put the list in the story.
But I would also say, Bill, you shouldn't bring it up because if you can't tell us what the list is. You've teased us now.
I told you dachshunds were on it. Poodles were on it.
Okay, I have it.
The little
Top
French
5.
bulldog was on it.
Top 5 are poodles. This is number 5, poodles. Number
like
4,
I said.
But what people want the ranking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Poodles are number 5. Number 4, German Shepherds.
Uh-huh.
Number 3, Golden Retrievers. That is not high enough on that list. Number 2, French Bulldogs.
Number 1, weenie dog, right?
And number 1, as Carrie said, Labs.
Yeah.
I think the Dachshund was like 9 or 10, as I recall.
Top 5 dogs, all their poops are too big.
Yeah. Get a weenie
I don't
dog.
disagree. I look at Riley, and I know she would love a buddy. I know she would. She is a social dog, and I know, but I just can't bring myself to have any more poop in my tiny yard. I just can't.
Gina, you don't have any poop in your toilet in the house.
All right. Cement Dave says, if we can't get the top 10 dog list, I demand the top 20 sauce list. No, we're out of time.
I'm sorry.
Weather traffic. Sorry, Dave.
So that storm is about done. It's left some of the roads wet. You could experience that on your commute, but things will dry out as the day goes on and be about 50 for a high today, so not quite as warm as it was yesterday. And then we don't have another chance for showers until Saturday night into Sunday, it looks like. So we'll have pretty sunny, nice rest of the week. Traffic. Patchy dense fog is being reported north of Ogden through Cache Valley. Slow down and increase your distances. Make sure your lights are on, of course. But that's really it. We haven't had any accidents to tell you about so far this morning. Just a reminder about that earlier crane that fell over in downtown Salt Lake. That area is still closed. Let's see. Oh, I do have one other thing to tell you about. No, that's it. I thought I had another accident. Things are looking good. That's traffic.
You know, Gina, you can criticize me for not having the actual list in front of me. I thought that story, I had 2 versions of it, and I thought that was the one that had the list. So that's why I didn't. But just thank your lucky stars I didn't do this story, the case for induction cooking, okay? I could have done that instead. All right, here's the case for induction cooking.
I'll make the case.
I saved that story because I want to read it on my own.
You can touch it. You can touch it, and it's not hot. It's magic. I don't get induction cooking.
You know, the gist of that story is that gas stoves are not good for you or the environment.
Kids. Let's move on to candidate number 3.
Boner candidate number 3.
You kids love to talk about induction cooking.
You know, sometimes they put blue lights in it so it looks like it's flame.
All right.
Boner candidate number 3.
Our new consultant is listening right now, and he's scratching his head. He doesn't.
What the hell? Baby on board for a wild ride. The mother and father of a 5-month-old girl were arrested down in Iron County, Utah, after police say they fled from Utah Highway Patrol troopers driving dangerously. The driver did not stop when a Utah Highway Patrol trooper tried to pull him over and took off at speeds of over 100 miles an hour. Court documents state that the trooper had begun pursuit of the vehicle, but ended the chase when the driver took a freeway exit and ran a red light. Another trooper later spotted the same vehicle about 45 miles north of the initial traffic attempt, approaching Cedar City. Troopers attempted to spike the vehicle's tires, but they say the driver swerved onto the shoulder and sped up to over 100 miles an hour again. They were ultimately able to spike the tires successfully. The vehicle came to a stop. The driver, identified as 21-year-old Hector Ruiz Godoy, admitted to fleeing as well as fleeing from police. And in the car with him, a woman, 20 years old, and a 5-month-old child in the car. 100-mile-an-hour speeds, cop chasing, tires spiked, baby on board for a wild ride. Boner candidate number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1, when is somebody going to just shut him up? Tucker Carlson, and I don't mean violently. I just mean,
take him off the air.
Let's have Fox fire him, okay? Tucker Carlson lobbing transphobic attacks against Admiral Rachel Levine over her Woman of the Year honor. Because, is she really a woman, huh? Tucker Carlson. Boner candidate number 2, what are you doing walking on my damn street? A trailer park. It's not only in Florida, it's in a trailer park. A woman squirted another woman in the face because she was walking on her street. And boner candidate number 3, baby on board for a wild ride.
Okay, here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day? Of course, winning here does not make it boner of the day. It secures it a spot in Boner Dome. Round 2 comes up at 8:20. We do this again. We get another winner there. Take both winners and send them forward to boner fight at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll vote for boner of the day. But right now, let's start the process. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. And then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth there in Salt Lake at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Take your voice vote there. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, March 16, 2022, and vote there. Do it quickly, though. You have only until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 1.
Yes. May I help you?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred here to see Mr. Acme?
Carrie Jackson and Bill Allred?
Uh-huh.
And this is regarding?
Well, we work for Mr. Acme, and he wanted to see us today.
I see. And you work for him in which one of his businesses?
Radio. You know, we do a morning radio show at his radio station.
Oh, yes. Mr. Acme is involved with some little broadcast facility somewhere, isn't he? Let me call him. He's having his daily rub down right now. Mr. Acme?
What the hell do you want? You know I don't like to be disturbed when Gregor is giving me my rub down. Ouch! Damn it! I told you that my coccyx is sore, Gregor!
I'm calling the doctor.
Don't rub me so hard there! Jesus! Now what the hell do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Acme, but there are 2 radio people out here to see you. What were your names again?
Carrie and Bill. Bill?
Is that Allred and Jackson out there? God, I forgot. It's salary time again. Okay, tell them to have a seat. We're just about finished here. Damn it, Gregor! Don't push so hard on that!
Very sorry, Mr. Acme.
Oh, I'm sore everywhere that my belt rubs.
Have a seat, gentlemen. Mr. Acme will be right with you.
Oh, great. Acme's got some sore muscles, and we're here to talk about raises. What great timing.
Oh, he's always in a bad mood or sore or something anyway. I don't see where one day is any better than another when it comes to talking about money. For hell's sakes, Gary. I mean, last year during our job evaluation meeting, he jumped across the restaurant table and jabbed the dinner fork into my upper thigh. I bled like a pig.
I remember. He must have stuck that thing in about 3 inches.
Yeah, thanks for closing me up. I don't know if I've ever told you enough how grateful I was.
Oh, don't worry about it. It was nothing. I was just glad I had that little staple gun in my backpack.
I'm nervous. I mean, I'm just not very good at this asking for a raise thing.
Remember, we got to be tough. We got to stand our ground. I mean, sure, we're asking for a lot, but, we work hard at the radio station. I don't think that 15 every 2 weeks is too much to ask.
But, Carrie, 15 every 2 weeks adds up to $30 a month. I'm telling you, it's too much. He'll never go for it.
I think you're right. We got to get out of here. Oh, okay. Here's what we do.
What?
I'll pretend that I'm sick, and then you pretend to rush me to the hospital, okay?
Okay. Ma'am, will you tell Mr. Acme we'll be back some other time? I've got to rush my partner to the hospital. I think it's his ovaries or something. His uvula or something. You're going to be okay.
7:46. Let's award round one of your boners.
And it's brought to you in part by Potato Soup.
And the International Sportsman's Expo 2022 at Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. It's going on this weekend, and you can join Bill Allred there on
11
Friday.
o'clock on Friday. 11 right after the show, I'll head out there, and I'll be there from 11 to 1 on Friday. Okay, so let's see. Steve won the Rise Against tickets. Oh, did I already do? Oh, I did that. Potato soup, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not just potato soup, loaded potato soup. But Steve won the Rise Against tickets, and I thought Baby on Board for a Wild Ride would win.
Really?
Yeah, but it didn't.
Tucker won, didn't he?
Almost 100 more votes.
Yeah.
Baby on Board got about 100, but Tucker Carlson nearly 200 votes.
Now, if Tucker had been driving the car, then maybe that one would have won. But
There you go. He is a winner of round one's boner voting. He goes forward to boner fight. Might be boner of the day. We shall see. Round two comes up at 8:20. 3 more candidates there. And we'll get a winner there as well. Send both winners to boner fight. 9:20 this morning is when you'll vote for boner of the day. And it shall be decided at that time. Is this sponsored, Gina?
no, let's just dive right in.
All right. Okay.
Dr. Cobble is with us. He can answer your questions about coronavirus and about vaccines. And so please address your questions to him via the telephone. 877-602-9696 is the number to call and talk to Dr. Cobble. Good morning. How are you, Dr. Cobble?
Good morning. I'm good. Thank you.
Good.
I have a question for Dr. Cobble.
Gina's got a question. Yeah, she's been. This is not COVID related, really, is it, Gina?
No. Dr. Cobble, how long is too long to go without pooping? That's not funny.
Well,
it is not funny.
Yeah, it's not if it's you. It varies. Some people go 3 times a day. Some people go once a week. So I think that if you go more than a week and that's not normal for you, then there's cause for concern.
So if I'm on day 5, I'm still in the window.
Well, how often do you usually make?
Well, at least once a day.
But see, Gina, you're not giving him the full backstory.
Dr. Cobble, I was at the emergency room 5 days ago.
Oh.
I had, let's just say I needed fluids because I had the other problem 5 days ago. And now it's swung back this way. I think I've overcorrected is what I've done. And now I'm just worried. But if you say I'm okay for a week, I'm willing to give it another day or two to see if it resolves on its own. But is there anything I can do to hasten that?
Work it out.
Yeah, I think if you're not having fevers, chills, abdominal pain, or black or bloody bowel movements, then simple stuff would be fluids.
Mm-hmm.
Magnesium is pretty good for bowel movements, so 400 to 800 milligrams. Vitamin C is really good for it, 1,000 to 2,000. And then stop any medicines that can cause constipations. That'd be Imodium, Lomotil, etc.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and
yeah, I
Metamucil
stopped
or Citrusol are great. Okay, Metamucil, Citrusol are really good. Those fiber drinks.
Gina has given up.
Bill likes prunes.
Yeah, prunes. I like prunes.
Mm-hmm.
Gina's given up French fries for Lent.
This was my next question.
If she eats a big plate of French fries, could that help?
It might.
I'm going to get a doctor's
would help.
Caffeine and French fries. That's my. I'm because I'm suspicious that my lack of French fries since the beginning of Lent has contributed to this problem.
All right, have some Lent with a laxative on it.
Some fries with.
Yeah. I'd like a laxative with a side of fries, please.
Here's someone who used to work in an ER, says constipation was considered pathological if it lasted more than 10 days.
Okay, but
That
I'm
seems
still
long.
within the.
I'm within the window. Okay.
Yeah.
I was starting to panic because I have never gone this long before, so I thought there was something really wrong with me. So.
Yeah, I'm like a camel. I don't have to go more than once a month.
It seems like
you won't
not
need
enough.
that stockpile of COVID toilet paper that you've stored up on.
Yeah.
I guess we can pivot over to COVID, which seems like it's doing better here.
Better than Utah, just from the case count reports, but the death rates continue to be quite high, and we're seeing the Omicron 2 moving through the world fairly rapidly. We've seen a doubling of the cases about every 10 days. So I know the UK's had almost a 50% increase in cases and almost a 20% increase in hospitalizations. So typically they precede us by 2 to 8 weeks. I just hope that that's not going to be the case if people are vaccinated.
There was a story today, too, Dr. Cobble, about people who may have had COVID and not known that they had it. Have you come across that at all in your practice?
Well, I didn't see the story, but I think the current thoughts are that about 50% of people have had a COVID exposure, meaning they caught it, and 20 to 40% could be asymptomatic. So about a third of people that could have caught COVID wouldn't have known it, and those could be vaccinated or unvaccinated people, either one. I think the key is really the vaccine gives you your best protection from getting remarkably sick, hospital, or death if you do catch COVID.
Is there any explanation for the fact that there are households where one person in the house catches COVID, has COVID, and because of the situation, you still have to live in close quarters, and the other people don't get it? I find that really interesting.
Yeah, I don't think there's a genetic or an immune-related explanation for it, although that probably does play a role. I think the big thing is really just hygiene in the home and respiratory droplets. Some people with COVID just don't have large pulmonary respiratory symptoms, so they're not spreading it throughout the rooms, or the house is well ventilated, or what I saw before Delta came out was about 30% of households would catch a COVID. The other 70% didn't. There might be some medications the people in the household could be on that had some preventive benefits, or their immune status, or vitamins or supplements. And then with Delta, I saw about 40% of households were catching it if somebody had it. With Omicron, it was 50% plus because much more transmissible, and it sat on surfaces much longer. So again, if the hygiene wasn't real good in the home with frequent hand washing or cleaning surfaces, Omicron and Omicron 2, which is on the rise, were much more transmissible but less deadly. So the good news is that even though Omicron 1 and Omicron 2, which is coming, were much more transmissible, they were less deadly.
If you have any questions for Dr. Cobble, 877-602-9696 is the number. You can also text questions to 33986.
Yes, and we'll take your questions coming up in our next break. Stand by for that. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, there's a crash westbound 72nd South, 3rd West in Midvale. Reports are from UDOT that 2 left lanes are closed and delays are backing up toward State Street. Crash northbound Bangor 24 South. 2 right lanes are blocked, only 1 left lane open. Some roads are still wet along the Wasatch Front, so make sure you get your lights on and give yourself some space between you and the car in front of you. That's good advice for folks up north where they're seeing some foggy conditions up there. Also remember that State Street remains closed southbound from 1st to 2nd South in downtown Salt Lake. This is due to that crane collapse. And you can text us traffic if you see it. 33986 is where you do that. The Offspring Live at the Union Events Center April 29th. You can get more information at x96.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with your questions for Dr. Cobble, 877-602-9696, or text your questions to 33986. BigOTires.com.
Locally owned and operated Big O tire stores. And you know the O in Big O? So it's the word big and then there's a O, and it's like a shape of a tire. It's a tire. Big
They
O.
really thought that through, didn't they?
I think they did. Big O Tires, the team you trust. They have the lowest prices on every tire every single day.
Especially low prices now with this sale going on. You can save up to $100 instantly on select in-stock sets of Cooper, Nitto, and Pirelli brand tires. That's going on through March 27th.
You can trust the team at Big O Tires to take care of your car. There is probably one in your neighborhood within a few blocks of your house because there are, I think it's 42 locations along the Wasatch Front. I go to the Big O Tire on 2nd East and South Temple, but look up the one in your neighborhood. You can make an online appointment as well. Just go to bigotires.com.
We found a pair, my wife found a pair, I should say, of clown shoes at the DI. A giant
Sad
pair.
dead clown.
That's immediately what I thought was dead clown.
How else do they end up
I
at
went
the
right to dead
What's
clown.
sad, what's sad about a dead clown? I know that's a day of celebration.
Depends on where you find him.
Yeah.
If you find him in the forest, that's kind of sad.
It's a gigantic pair. I think they were, I'll take a picture of them and present them next week.
She bought them?
Yeah, for my kid. Giant pair of, they're plastic, but they're meant to be, you can wear them. A giant pair, and I think they're pastel, like baby blue clown shoes.
Is there a law that says clown shoes should always be red?
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
what I thought.
they're
It
red.
seems to
The
me they
nose
were-
is red. The shoes are red.
It seems to me they were, yeah.
And was he excited about the
Oh,
clown shoes?
well, thrilled.
Congressman Bozo would like to put forth the following law that clown shoes will always be red.
You know, I proposed this many years ago. I think we should have a National Clown Day where everyone in the United States, by law, everyone, by law, is required to wear a clown costume. And I mean everyone, from the president to the members of Congress.
You wouldn't do that.
If it was a law,
you would stay home.
police officer in your home, people could come and knock. Authorities would come and knock on your door, dressed as clowns, and say,
Clown check.
"Are you? Yeah, exactly. Are you in there? If you're not dressed as a clown, you're going to clown jail."
You see, this is why Bill would be an excellent Republican. He fails to see the constitutionality. And that's why
the Constitution is suspended for one
day.
One day, maybe a week. A week.
What is the purpose of everybody being a clown?
It would humble all of us. It would humble all of us. We would all become clowns.
That's why you won't do it.
I can see exactly.
I think National Clown Week, and everyone has to dress as a clown for an entire week. You'd have to go to old folks' homes and dress the retirees and the shut-ins as clown. Even if it meant just as something as simple as just putting a nose on them.
Question.
Yeah.
What about people in comas?
Yes.
Because they need to be humbled.
If you've ever met a bunch of people that are up
surgeons, people performing surgery, and the patients, everyone. And now a surgeon, he couldn't wear the big dumb gloves, but he could maybe have to have a nose on under the mask. All of that. All right. I think I'm gonna. You elect me, the mayor of Salt Lake. I'll start it in Salt Lake. It'll be Salt Lake Clown Week, and everyone in Salt Lake will have to dress as a clown.
Now, luckily, I live in unincorporated Salt Lake, so
that's you'll be. But if you come into my city,
all right,
no clowning around. All right,
that's where the term clown fever will come from. People who are sick and won't come in.
let's continue with Dr. Koppel.
877-602-9696. Have you questions about COVID-19 or the vaccine? Call us or text us 33986. Have we anyone?
No calls, no.
All right.
Which I think is a sign.
Yeah.
Let's
Daylight
see.
savings time.
Yeah.
Daylight savings time.
I like the way you said it better. Let's see. My son and I are working. I hesitate to say where that is. My son doesn't want to be vaccinated. What could he do to be as safe as possible until I can convince him? This is a place where a lot of people gather.
Outside.
Outside and inside. Mostly outside, but...
Well, I think still the mask is very effective if you wear it correctly, and if you avoid being in a unventilated room, small rooms. I think the mask is still great. So masks and hand washing could prevent 90% of COVID transmission, and then avoid anyone that's sick, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Or coughing or sneezing, you ought to leave the room as quickly as you can.
Are the symptoms of Omicron 2 different
from Omicron 1?
Yeah, it's a great question. It appears to be more neurologic based. So again, upper respiratory, but a lot of dizziness, vertigo, neurologic symptoms. So it'll be interesting to see if the brain fog and the cognitive function is affected more by Omicron 2.
Can vaccinated people still get the associated long COVID symptoms if they get COVID, like brain shrinkage and things like that?
It's possible. Again, you want to avoid the infection at any measure, but probably much less so. And the data showed vaccinating those people with long COVID appeared to resolve the long COVID symptoms in about 40% plus of people, which is great news. I caught the flu once when I was a kid. I might have been 9 or 10. I still remember it today, and I'm almost Bill's age.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill's trying to remember his age right now.
Yeah,
but I don't ever want to catch anything like that again. I was so sick for 7 to 10 days. I thought I was going to die every day. And the worst case scenario with COVID is much like that.
I remember having the flu as a child as well. And I remember it vividly because I was walking down the hall of our house and I couldn't keep my feet on the ground. It's like I kept floating up in the air.
Bill, that's not the flu.
And it is when you're 7, Gina. It's the
You were
flu.
floating in the air?
Yeah, I thought that I was.
You were hallucinating.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Sounds
so
like
sick.
helium balloons from the birthday party.
Yeah, I mean, it was like that. I just kept going. I can't keep my feet on the ground. It was weird.
Now we're all, people are moving on but there's still the people that have kids that are still so little they haven't been able to be vaccinated. Do we have any more information about when the littles might be able to get that?
Yeah, so Moderna just submitted their data to the FDA. Their vaccine appeared to be more effective and remarkably safe. So hopefully Moderna will get some indication in the next 30 to 60 days. Pfizer is resubmitting different dosing data. So hopefully, the sad thing is we still only have about a quarter of kids are vaccinated. And again, the good news is most children don't catch this as a severe infection, although that does happen. One of the people I work with, their high school kid was in the intensive care unit, survived and was discharged, but I think I've seen plenty of 3, 4, 5, 10, 12-year-olds be hospitalized for this. But again, it's remarkably less. What we're seeing right now in Utah is the majority, 80% of people that are dying are over 65, and so only about 20 or 30% are under 65. So the death rates are going up mostly in the elderly currently.
All right. Let's go to James. James is on the phone. Hello, James.
Hi, James.
Hey, good morning.
Got a question? Go for it.
Perfect. Doctor, I want to thank you for the information that you're providing. My question is, are we jumping into the no masks too soon? I mean, obviously with the spread of the COVID and the at-home test, I feel that the numbers are a little bit skewed, but is there fear that we're going to wind back into those thousands of cases a day range again?
Yeah, thanks, James. Probably we're going to see increases. We're getting 100, 200, 300 cases a day in Utah. That may be because a lot of people just aren't testing. But I think we're going to see an increase again. Again, a mask is easy. It's an effective way to prevent this. So I wish people were wearing more masks. I went out with my wife Saturday night because we haven't been able to go do anything. And on the way out, somebody tried to take my mask off.
Oh,
really? To leave the facility. Yeah.
The hell?
And then another woman, this is not a man, it was a woman, and then another woman asked my wife why she was wearing a mask, and her response was simply because people like you are coming to our town. And I think people are disrespectful, and I think that when someone has autoimmune disease like my wife has and is very high risk, people don't know the medical problems that someone may have. They may not know that they've had chemotherapy or organ transplants or have autoimmune disease. And I think just wearing a mask is being respectful to the people that you're around and protecting yourself, of course. But it's just shocking to me how political this has become. And we've talked about this for quite a while. But I think the mask makes a lot of sense. It's easy to do, and I think it's smart.
If anyone ever asks you, why are you wearing a mask? Get up close to them and say, because I tested positive. And watch them go, well, all right.
You could pull the mask down and say it to them. Well, I tested positive.
Let's go to Courtney.
Hello, Courtney.
Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead.
So my daughter is 13. She got her booster as soon as it was available in January. And that night she got hives, which I understand can be a reaction to the vaccine. However, she's gotten hives every single day since then. And nothing else has changed, no different soap, no different laundry detergent, no different, nothing like that. So is that something possibly from the booster?
Well, anything's possible. The hard question is, was it coincidental or not? And I can tell you that urticaria and hives in Utah are extremely common. I see it remarkably high around October, November, and then again January, February, March, typically around middle of February. I think the simple thing, because my daughter has similar issues, if your children have underlying asthma or underlying eczema or dermatitis, then the urticaria or hives typically is immune, meaning, again, the vaccine could have stimulated it, but it could be an underlying risk, underlying higher risk for it. And I find the best thing is just a little cetirizine or one of those types of medicines at night, an antihistamine, and then a good cream or oil to put on the skin, just because the skin's so sensitive. And typically that'll resolve it in 3 to 20 days. You could also see a dermatologist or an allergist and talk about that. But, certainly the vaccine could have precipitated it or added to it a little bit. But I think there would probably be an underlying cause, either the environment we live in, the high desert with no humidity, or maybe an underlying genetic component.
Well, we are, after all, the beehive state.
There you go.
So maybe that has something to do with it. That's what it is. All right, Courtney, thank you.
Courtney,
thanks for your
Thank you very much.
Here's a quick text. I had COVID about a month ago. It lasted about 2 weeks. I've never really had anxiety in my life. Since I've, for the most part, recovered, I've started having major anxiety attacks. Have you heard of this before?
We have, and I think that, again, this is an inflammatory condition. Anxieties and depressions are actually inflammatory conditions as well. There are different types of anxieties and depressions, but typically some anxiety, mixed depression states have double the risk of migraines, have double the risk of asthma, have double the risk of epilepsy, and catching COVID can precipitate anxiety or depression. Living through the COVID distraction can also do that. We've seen an increase in depressions and alcoholism 30 to 40%. I think, again, if this anxiety you've had, if it doesn't resolve in 2 to 6 weeks, or it's affecting your lifestyle or work environment, then it makes sense to see a medical professional to talk about maybe blood testing and or treatment intervention options.
Mm-hmm. And then finally, this one, how effective is a cloth mask against Omicron? I guess we want to mention that the cloth masks are not as effective, right?
Correct. Cloth masks are not as effective, so bandanas, those types of things. If it's a heavy material or it's double layered, it's pretty good.
I've started using duct tape. I just wrap it around.
You can't breathe through that, Bill.
I just
Don't
wrap
do
it
that.
around my.
But it's best to get a KN95 is what you want.
KN95 is the best. And then, hey, Bill, have you thought about duct tape during your segment in the morning?
Hey. That's one. We're never having you back again, Dr. Cobble.
Boom, Dr. Cobble, boom.
Thanks very much. We'll talk to you next week, and I'll see you later today.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Well, friends of the program are letting us know there's a 3-car crash right before 45th South going northbound in the lane right next to the express lane. Thank you. That's helpful, whoever sent that in. We also have a crash westbound 72nd South 3rd West in Midvale. 2 left lanes are closed. Delays backing up to State Street. Crash northbound I-15 53rd South in Murray. Maybe this is the same one that the friends of the program were sending in. So that same general area northbound I-15 in Murray seems to be showing quite a bit of slowage. Crash eastbound I-80 at State Street in Salt Lake milepost 123. And looks like that is about it. If you see something, though, you can text it to us, 33986. Locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and power sport dealerships. Check out the variety online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
All right.
Boners round 2 coming up. Here are the candidates you'll be considering this time. Number 1, God, what an awful, awful woman on an awful, awful show. Boner candidate number 2, what this was careless driving. And number 3, this license is only good in Legoland.
Boners round 2 coming up after the standby. Oh, Stockton 12 Honda.
Stockton 12 Honda is a constant. They've been around for a long time selling Hondas and fine pre-owned cars. The Stockton 12 has always delivered satisfying customer service every time you stop by. Whether you end up buying a car there or not, I think you'll say it was a good experience anyway. Stockton 12 Honda makes it a happy environment for customers and for their employees. That's why people have worked for them for so long. They're in the Southtown Auto Mall in Sandy on Auto Mall Drive. Stockton 12 Honda, I've bought a couple of cars there. And they will always try to find you the car you want, the car that's right for you. Maybe you want to buy a pre-owned car, a used car, and a certain model. They'll go out and look for it for you. Stockton 12 Honda, a constant in the community. Southtown Auto Mall Drive in Sandy.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
moan. M-O-A-N, moan. How is this Utah word used? Well, let's find out by looking into our 2 Utah simples as they converse, one with the other. Listen carefully for the word of the day, moan.
Say there, LeGrand. I gotta say, I am impressed with you.
What? I don't know whatever you mean, LeVar. I don't think you've ever paid me one compliment in our lives. I mean, I thought you was pretty sure that you had me figured out and that there was nothing I could do, or would do for that matter, that would ever impress you. I was resigned to the cold, hard fact that I was, in your eyes, unimpressive. that I, again in your eyes, was incapable of having a moment that I could be proud of, because I knew that you was proud to have me as a friend. I mean, I never felt that you felt that I was worth, once more in your eyes, of true and honest friendship.
Well, for hell's sakes, I had no idea you was carrying around this heavy satchel of resentfulness toward me, LeGrand. I mean, you ain't the sharpest spoon in the drawer, but you're okay. I've always thought of you as a friend in that you are the kind of person that when he needs a shovel or a rake or a lawnmower or other tools and household fixer-up items, the kind of friend that don't hesitate to borrow and then never return them items to me. You're that kind of friend.
Well...
And hence the reason I said I'm impressed with you.
What?
You have stopped your borrowing ways. You don't ask me for stuff anymore.
Well, that's right. And you know why? I went to the Ace the other day, and I bought all kinds of stuff. And now I don't need to borrow your tools. I got my own. I said to myself, LeGrand, stop your borrowing ways. And so I spent a bunch of money and got Gordon tools and household tools and the like. I got my own now.
Well, I guess you could say you've grown.
Yep, got my own, except for a lawnmower. They're expensive. Can I borrow your lawnmower?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Hmm, 8:21 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boner voting. Here we go. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day. Because you see, if it wins here, it's not Boner of the Day. It'll have to defeat the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidate from an hour ago. We'll take both of our winners and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. That's when Boner Fight happens. So here we go. This is round 2. Send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third coming up in a bit. Once you've heard all 3, then you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
tickets to see Incubus at USANA Amphitheater on August 24th. You can find out more information about that concert at x96.com.
Mm-hmm. Boner candidate number 1. God, what an awful woman on an awful, awful show. Ugh. Jean Pirro went ballistic on her Fox News co-host Geraldo Rivera on Tuesday for suggesting that Russian President Vladimir Putin manipulated Donald Trump to further Russian objectives. This was Geraldo's supposition. During a debate on The Five, Pirro suggested that Putin didn't invade Ukraine under Trump's leadership because Putin was afraid of Trump. She also called Biden a wuss and declared him responsible for the decline of the West. How do you know that Putin wasn't playing Trump? Rivera asked his colleague, and she just blew up. Oh, stop, she shouted. He didn't invade when Trump was president. It's not about loving Trump. It's about the fact that Trump had everybody against the wall. I don't give a damn what Putin thinks. I only care what Putin did, and he was a wuss when Trump was president, and that's the end of it. Perot kept shouting and shouting, and she shouted more at Geraldo Rivera and went on and on and on. And then that, what is it, the host or Gutfield?
Oh, I hate him. Yeah.
Well, and then at the end of this whole thing where he looks at the camera smugly and said, well, that's about my favorite segment on this show ever. Shut up. All of you.
She nearly spilled her box wine.
Boner candidate number one.
And he didn't invade Ukraine during Trump because he knew that if he could get Trump a second term, he wouldn't have to invade. He could just waltz in.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number two. What this was careless driving, which is an understatement. Police in Daytona Beach, Florida, released video, I watched this, of a motorcycle crash that shut down a drawbridge over the weekend. There are many drawbridges in Florida. According to police, the crash happened around 10 o'clock Saturday morning when a motorcyclist ran through one of the traffic arms as it was lowering for the bridge to raise.
Did he want to do a jump? As the bridge was
I don't think so.
No?
Now, this motorcycle was pulling a trailer, and it crashed through the barricade, or went through the barricade, and and as it got to the precipice of the bridge going up, the rider just kind of bailed off of it, and the motorcycle continued on until it was hanging over the edge, and the trailer was still on the bridge. And I mean, it was just bizarre to watch, and the police have concluded that this was careless driving. That's what they said.
After much investigation.
Yeah, we've investigated this, and we've determined that this was careless driving.
Maybe that's in place of mechanical failure or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It looked as what I sort of thought was that the guy had just a momentary lapse of knowledge of what was going on. It was just like, and then at the last minute he went, oh, wait a minute, I'm going to go over the edge of this bridge, and that he bailed off the bike. He was not injured. He'll be cited for, careless driving. Coming up in a moment, Boner candidate number three. This license is only good in Legoland, sir.
Boner candidate number three for round two coming up in just a few moments. Well, about 6 or so, 7 minutes maybe. What do you have for us?
I'm going to give you this story so that a bunch of you can sit back and bitch about how much athletes get paid. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
And follow a baby whale on a magical journey. Discover the incredible world of ocean currents. Meet curious creatures along the way. See how the ocean nurtures all life on Earth. Now playing at Clark Planetarium at the Gateway.
Okay. Again, I'm just doing this story for those of you who like to bitch about how much athletes get paid.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers has signed his new deal with the Green Bay Packers, we know. Now we know how much it's worth. Rodgers' contract is essentially worth $150 million over 3 years. As expected, his salary cap hit for 2022 was lowered significantly, down from $28.5 million, or down to $28.5 million from $46.7 million.
How will he make ends meet?
The agreement also includes 2 low monthly option years on the back end that will be void. Since Rodgers was signed through 2022 on his old contract, the new deal amounts to a 4-year extension of his contract, tying him to the franchise for 5 more seasons. But again, the final 2 years will be thrown out, so it'll probably just be 3. The reigning NFL MVP will make $50 million per year over the next 3 years, and then he will likely retire. So go ahead now, start bitching about how much these pro athletes are getting paid. I
would remind you.
They pay him because he's worth it.
Well, and if Aaron Rodgers is making that kind of money, that means there's somebody above him making twice that much money.
The
You just
owner
don't
of the
know.
team.
You just don't know their names.
Yeah, it's the owner.
Nobody watches sports.
I don't know if you were going to. I don't think we have geek news today, but
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Should I save this Star Trek story for you? Star Trek: The Strange New Worlds.
Yes.
Okay, I'll save that. All right.
It's big news.
Yes, it is.
I know we should be breaking it here, but
Yeah, let's save it for geek news tomorrow. What time is it? Early news?
It's the
geek
early
news?
one. Yes.
Okay, so in the 6 o'clock hour tomorrow, big Star Trek news. Never had COVID-19, huh? You think? Well, there are thousands of cases of COVID-19 per day across the United States, but questions are rising about those people who never caught COVID-19. People like me and Carrie and Gina, Katie, or at least we think we've never had COVID-19. Driving that news, Dr. Zania Stamataki, a senior lecturer and researcher in viral immunology at the University of Birmingham, said some people may clear the virus very quickly, meaning they get it and they just get through it real fast because they have pre-existing antibodies and memory immune cells that recognize the virus. There's also a possibility that different immune systems respond differently to the virus. It's also possible that some of us may have rare types of ACE2 that the coronavirus spike cannot stick to. So those are the possible reasons. It is sort of put it another way. So maybe some people have an immune system and just doesn't recognize the virus. I have a monthly allergy shot that I've been taking for, I think, about 6 months. The first time you have this particular allergy shot, they won't let you leave the doctor's office for half an hour or 45 minutes, I forget, or I think it was an hour maybe.
See if you have a reaction.
Yeah, to see if you have an allergic reaction to the shot itself. So it's your immune system. My immune system doesn't recognize that shot, essentially. It doesn't react to it at all. So I'm fine, and now I can just give the shot to myself at home. It's the same situation. People's immune systems not recognizing the coronavirus. Most people, it does. With this shot, very few people, but some do, have an allergic reaction to it because their immune system doesn't recognize it, and they go I said to the doctor, you make everybody who gets a shot sit here. Has anybody ever had a reaction? Said, oh yeah, the person before you. Immediately had to rush him to the hospital. And that's what you just stop breathing. I said, well, that's comforting. That's nice to know.
What are you allergic to?
I don't know for sure. Don't have any idea. I started being allergic to something about 2 years ago, and I started getting like hives and itchy skin. I've not been able to figure out what it is. I just take medication to keep it from happening. The J&J vaccine. A lot of people are like, J&J, I don't want that. Well, as time has gone on, research has shown that the Johnson & Johnson single-dose vaccine, and then a booster, of course, but the single-dose vaccine, probably just as effective as the BioNTech and Moderna vaccines. So if you got J&J, don't feel like you're a second-class citizen, honey. You're okay, okay? It's a perfectly fine vaccine. Gina's story for you. It says here that women, and you are one.
That's me.
Yeah. Women are suffering from what they call an exhaustion gap.
Sure. I don't know what that is, but yeah, you bet.
A new study says that women have experienced more burnout than men so you just can't handle things anymore. You're done, particularly in the workplace.
Yeah, that's accurate. I'm done.
Only 50% of men report that they're burned out, but 70-some-odd% of women.
I need a break.
Yeah, you're burned out. I can smell
when was the last
the burn.
vacation? Yeah.
Let's see. It's a strange picture. If the Great Salt Lake doesn't have enough problems, there's a picture in the news today. A family visiting the shores of the Great Salt Lake, and what did they find? Just offshore, sitting in the water, a chair, a wingback upholstered chair with the cushions still on it.
Like old-timey, like it's been there for 100 years?
No,
chair?
It looked fairly new.
Oh.
And there is a landfill nearby, but it's too big of a thing to have been blown from the landfill. Somebody just dumped a chair there. The Great Salt Lake, it's on its last legs, folks. Don't be dumping stuff on it. It's unkind.
Well, where do you expect me to throw my furniture?
Yeah.
Come on.
Salt Lake City has rejoined a list of the top 100 most dangerous cities in America. For the first time since 2018, there's been a 26% year-over-year increase in violent crime. Just great. Every year, Neighborhood Scout releases their list of the 100 most dangerous cities in the U.S. Their research compares data about murder, rape, robbery, and aggravated assault among cities with more than 25,000 people based on the number of violent crimes per 1,000 residents. Salt Lake City returned to the list this year after a 3-year absence at the 80th spot out of 100 for violent crimes. We're 80th, so we're in the top 100. Monroe, Louisiana is the #1 spot of violent cities in America. Violent crime rate there is 29.4 per 1,000 people. Whereas in...
Is there nothing else to do in Monroe?
I guess. Beat each other up. That's what they do in Monroe. And one final story here.
Quickly.
The woman in North Carolina who had the license plate that said fart, and then the state said, no, we shouldn't have issued that to you. You can't have it. Well, they've decided that she does have to have a new license plate on her car, but they said you don't have to turn the fart plate back into us.
You just can't put it. You just can't put it on your car.
You can't have it on your car, but go ahead, keep it. It's a funny keepsake for you. You can have it.
Now tell everyone what FART stands for.
Oh, I forget. I didn't look into the story.
That's the key important part of the story. Friends of the Appalachian
some group.
Recreation Trail or something like that.
Oh, yeah, it was a trail, yeah. The Appalachian Recreation Trail. I think they are exactly right.
There we go. Sports, weather, traffic.
Well, I saw some sports alerts that the Iditarod Trail sled dog race was over, and this guy named Brent Sass won. And I'm like, I don't care about Brent. You know what I want to know. Tell me about the dogs. Brent didn't run any race.
He had dogs.
He did. And I searched high and low until I could find information about the dogs.
Do you have their names?
Yes.
Okay.
So the team leads are Slater and Morello. Now, Slater has 2 siblings on the team, Woody and Pink. They're all part of a litter named after characters from Dazed and Confused.
Yep.
Slater's a good listener, eager to please, and happy to mush. Now, Morello comes from a litter that's named after Orange is the New Black characters.
Oh yeah,
And
I remember that character.
And she's a lady dog, and a bitch, if you prefer.
Yeah.
And she's a force to be reckoned with, apparently. She has a strong personality. That's how she made her way to be one of the leaders. They also have Chevelle, Nala, Butcher, Sherlock, Tundra.
Hush, you muskies! Hush!
So the important athletes are being highlighted on the Radio from Hell show. Let's see. The Jazz play tonight at 7 o'clock. The Bulls are in town. Weather, it's those storms on its way out of here. We should have a mostly sunny day, highs around 50. And it's going to be in the 50s, warming back up to the 60s by Saturday. Saturday night into Sunday looks like our next chance for rain showers. I know folks were sending in some traffic for us. Yes, crash southbound I-15, 5th East and American Fork on the right shoulder. Yes, thank you for sending that in. We also have a crash westbound I-80 State Street, blocking the right lane and the main flow, the right shoulder of the exit ramp. Traffic is backed up almost to 13th East. Crash westbound 72nd South 3rd West in Midvale, reporting that the two left lanes are closed there with traffic backing up to State Street in that area. And I thought we had another one to tell you about. Yes, northbound I-15 78 South, we gave you the American Fork one. And northbound I-15 53rd South in Murray, that's traffic.
Here's boner candidate number 3. This license is only good in Legoland. A driver in a 35-mile helicopter car chase in England was finally stopped. And by helicopter car, I mean the 21-year-old driver of the car was pursued by a police helicopter. The suspect in the car reached speeds of up to 100 miles an hour as he made his way in a chase from Bexley to the Isle of Sheppey. Finally, they caught the 21-year-old driver when he ran out of fuel. That's how they finally caught him. And as they took him into custody and asked for his license to drive, he produced a toy license from Legoland, which had been issued when he was a toddler back in 2003. He was arrested on suspicion of multiple driving and drug-related offenses. His Audi had failed to stop for a stop sign in Bexley. That's what precipitated this whole thing. And as they looked at his license, it said, the police finally tweeted, no, the Legoland license was not the reason for the driver's driving dangerously. The large amount of cannabis in his system was the reason he was driving so dangerously. And we had to inform him that the Legoland license was not valid. And it's apparently the only license this guy has ever had.
I just want to know if his car was made of Legos. Right, there you go. That's candidate number 3. Let's review the first,
Yeah, I just said, yeah.
Review the first 2 and let's vote.
Number 1, God, what an awful, awful woman on an awful, awful show with an awful, awful host. Jean Pirro on the Fox News show, is it The 5? I think it is. And she and Geraldo Rivera getting, and then Greg Gutfield at the end going, oh, this is my best. Jesse Waters is on that show, too.
They're all tools.
Just awful.
Yeah.
The only one that's even halfway reasonable and entertaining is Geraldo.
And he's only 50-50.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 2, what this was careless driving. A motorcyclist who tried to cross a drawbridge that was going up. And boner candidate number 3, this license is only good in Legoland.
There you go. Let's get to voting. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. Winning here ensures it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that already. Don't worry about that. Focus on this, round 2, sending one of these 3 forward. and then concentrate on voting for Boner of the Day for real at 9:20 this morning, all right? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win this round and go forward. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text it to 33986. It's one way to vote. Another way is to call the producer's booth and use your voice, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting March 16, 2022, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. We'll award the boner after that and then get to things that must go right as soon as we award this round 2 of your boner. Go, vote.
I had a Mary Jane candy yesterday.
I've never heard of a Mary Jane candy.
Mary Jane's. Mary Jane's.
You
Never?
get that in Colorado?
It's you ever heard of Mary Jane?
No.
Famous old candy. Originally made in 1914.
That's probably stale.
By the Charles N. Miller Company, later by Stark Candy Company, now manufactured by Necco.
Oh.
And
did you go back to Backyard Birds?
no, my 11-year-old daughter, little Mrs. Bill, went up to the 7-Eleven and came back and said, "Look, they have Mary Jane's up there."
She knows what that is?
Sure, she's had them before. But listen, we know candy in our family.
Old candy.
And new candy. They know all kinds of candy. The candy, Mary Jane's, Charles Miller invented this candy and named them after his favorite aunt, Mary Jane.
Ah.
And there's a picture of a little girl on
Wonder how his other aunts felt about that.
Well, he had a favorite aunt, Mary Jane. Maybe he didn't have any others, but they're terrible.
Really?
I'd forgotten how terrible they are. I think they maybe used to be a little better. It's peanut butter, essentially, or peanut. There used to be peanut butter, sort of more peanut butter in them, and peanut butter and molasses.
Oh.
And they're chewy, like taffy.
Yeah.
But now they're just more sort of molassesy and sugary and very little peanutty. I was disappointed, but she was excited to find them and enjoyed them. Never had a Mary Jane? No. Would you eat a Mary Jane if somebody gave you one?
Not when you've described it, how terrible it is.
Well, but I mean, if I just said it was peanut butter and molasses, would you go, "Oh, I'll try that"?
Yeah.
You don't have anything against molasses? No. It's just kind of.
What would I have against molasses?
Well, I don't know. You have weird food things.
Molasses is fine.
I thought, I think it's.
I have things in common with molasses.
That's. Well, you're as slow as it.
Yes.
But in January, that's what my mother used to say. Would you hurry? You're as slow as molasses in January, which is I think the slowest of all molasses.
And I'm referencing Bugs Bunny twice again on today's show.
Yeah.
He was borrowing a cup of molasses from somebody. He had his coffee cup. Elmer shot a hole through it. And it's snowing around, okay? And it starts to run out, and he goes, I didn't think molasses would run in January.
But
there you go. And then of course there's all different. There's blackstrap molasses, which is the realies. See, I didn't think you'd like molasses because it's too strong.
It's
it's like strong syrup.
You don't need a spoonful of it. It's an ingredient amongst other things.
Some people use it in lieu of syrup on things.
Ew.
They'll drizzle molasses on their pancakes or on cereals or whatever. I find it a little. Oh, and the brand of molasses that you buy in the grocery store
has a rabbit on it.
It's Brer Rabbit.
Yeah.
Brer Rabbit molasses. So I
insist on Brer Rabbit molasses.
I don't
when
think,
buying molasses.
I don't think we can go into the whole reason that why Brer Rabbit might be on the.
Ask your grandpa about Song of the South, kids.
Yeah. Or when you go to Disneyland, what is it? Big Thunder
Splash Mountain.
Splash Mountain. Splash Mountain is full of characters that Disney no longer promotes or uses.
But they're in there.
Yeah, that ride.
But that's the only place. Your laughing place. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
Your laughing place.
That's where Brer Rabbit is.
Yeah. I like that ride, actually.
Always get wet.
And it's a nice place to cool off at Disneyland.
Mm-hmm.
It's, let's see, 8:48. We got things that must go next, but first, let's award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by Cheez-Its.
And Hoops fans, get over to Gracie's, enjoy some intense college basketball action to celebrate St. Patrick's Day this Thursday, and eat some nachos, watch some hoops, drink some brews. It's Gracie's. You must be 21 or older to enter.
Let's see. Scott won the Incubus tickets, and he was just a random voter. Mm-hmm. And we look at the candidates, and one clearly dominated. Number 2, the careless driving, the guy on the drawbridge. He only got a handful of votes.
Yeah.
The Legoland license did pretty well in the voting, but neither of them were a match with 150 votes. Gene Pirro and Greg Gutfield and
all those losers.
They win.
That's your boner round 2. It now goes forward. Might be boner of the day. We'll find out at 9:20. That's when Boner Fight happens. Get ready to listen and vote. Right now, it's Things That Must Go, brought to you by
the International Sportsman's Expo 2022 at Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy, March 17th through the 20th. Text the word TIMBER, TIMBER, to 33986 now to win tickets and enter to win a $250 Sportsman's Warehouse gift card.
Things that must go on the radio.
These are things that are really bugging you. You just can't stand them in your life anymore. And you think, I know what I'll do. I could get rid of these things if I get it off my chest by sending it to Radio from Hell. So you send us an email with your things that must go. Put must go in the subject line. Send it to Radio from Hell at x96.com, and we'll help you out. Gino, help somebody out.
The first one comes from my sister. They're all good looking. Mikkel. Her thing that must go is TV remotes that don't have backlit buttons.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're sitting there in the dark.
Yeah. Have to
and
get
you
out your
can't.
phone.
You have to hold it kind of up to the TV so you can see some light. Yeah, they should all be backlit. Of course. It's a perfect must go. Let's see. This is from Please Don't Use My Name. And it's pertinent today, daylight savings versus standard time. I'm sure Bill will have more of this coming up in the news. As a person who worked outdoor for decades, my body's internal clock is forever linked to the sun, so it matters not what the clock on the wall says to me. When there's more light and heat, we start earlier. When there's less light, we start later. But as a parent, the time on the clock matters. I don't want the children to go to school in total darkness for an extra 3 or 4 months. It wouldn't get light till almost 9 o'clock for much of winter, and that puts all our little ones at more risk. Even when they're old enough to drive, it's safer when there's more daylight. So my must go is locking in daylight savings time. Looks like that's what's going to happen, though. Let's see. My next must go is your janky phone system. I've tried to check in several times on my end. It rings and then goes busy. My brain tells me that this is the first step of you not letting me listen. Please make these things go.
It's not our first step. That's out of our control.
Then this one. Please don't use my name. I don't want people to know I'm this old. My thing that must go is the patrons of Eccles Theater. My God, they're obnoxious. We have a beautiful theater, and these idiots can't find their seats, can't remain seated during performances. They talk. It's disrespectful to the performers, the patrons, and the staff. My most recent experience was at Jim Jeffries. Not the most wild performer, but even he and his opening act were making fun of people who couldn't just sit down and stay there. You go to a performance, you find your seat timely before it starts, you sit down, and you stay put. Remain seated, please.
Is that it? Are you done? Okay. I'll go next. One of my things that must go is, as Gina just did in the previous, saying daylight savings time. It's daylight saving time. Not savings, daylight saving time. Get it right, people. It's not hard.
Well, it's going away. I don't need to learn it, so...
Distilled water shortage must go, says this person. Please don't use my name. Distilled water shortage. Yes, there are many shortages right now, and in a time of war and pestilence, it should be expected. But this is water without stuff in it. My CPAP deserves mineral-free water at least until I pay it off. Do what I did, sir or madam. I bought a machine that makes distilled water at home.
How much is the machine that makes distilled water?
I don't know. It was $100 or something like that. It wasn't terribly expensive, and I don't have to buy plastic gallon jugs of distilled water all the time anymore.
It's a great idea.
Number 2, working with more than one department on the same day. Floating is a necessary evil in the medical field when we are short-staffed. I'll go where you send me. However, I draw the line at having a good attitude about shifting gears in the middle of my working day in one place and being sent to another, and another, and another. Please just make me do one job per day. This thing that must go, number 3, people who tell me I'm a hero after complaining about wearing a mask in the clinic or refusing to get vaccinated. It's kind of an empty compliment. Things that must go, number 4, my blood tests narking on me for coping with the free pizza and donuts the clinic provides. My liver better keep its mouth shut or I'll go back to killing it with cheaper vodka. My final thing that must go, dementia. Stop stealing my friends.
Oh.
Much love to you all for keeping me sane for 32 damn years. Oh, and I thought of one other of my own things that must go quickly. It made me think of that. Stupid Lent and me agreeing to not drink.
Are you still being good?
Yes.
Oh, bless your heart.
Stupid Lent.
All right.
Gary?
Well, from the foot of Mount Doom, just a couple of things here real quick. First of all, when you buy the sliced cheese and it doesn't have paper in between the slices, because then the cheese slices stick together and they tear when you're pulling them apart.
You're so brave, Carrie.
I know, right?
You're so brave.
The struggle is real. Also, I was prepared to bring a must go because I looked at the weather and it said that it was probably going to snow on us up here tonight. And I was going to bring in, this is the third Wednesday in a row that it snowed. And that means, Thursday when the pooper scooper guy comes, he can't see the poop. It's under the snow for the dogs, picking up the dog's poop. And I was prepared to do that. But then I got thinking, do I want to do that, really? Because people will think I'm bougie for having a pooper scooper.
Yeah, you got a shovel, Carrie.
But here's the thing. Here's what I've determined. People who think I'm bougie for having a pooper scooper must go. Because, first of all, look, I got no kids. I can afford it. I'm supporting a local business, an entrepreneur, and my dogs are job creators. They just went out and created a job this morning.
Come on. Let's go create a job. Come on.
There's a good job. Let's see. Also, and here's another pet-related one, must go, from Suzanne. People who don't have doggy doors installed for their dog. Why? I ask why. The dog can go in and out as needed without you deciding when it can or can't relieve itself. It's absurd. Just install a door, for hell's sake. Now, Katie replied to this, said, well, if you want big cats in your house, that's what's going to happen.
Oh.
Now, I haven't had that problem.
I had a doggy door. I had a cat door. Raccoons. I had raccoons in my basement
you have some
all the time.
that they have something on their collar that it only opens for them?
They do have those.
Yeah, but we haven't
Try to get a cat wear a collar. Try.
We haven't had that problem up here, but I do agree with the doggy door, the fenced-in yard. That's also very important. Let's see, this one from, I'm not sure I can use their name. Yeah, they didn't put their name on it, so I won't. When a commenter says to another commenter on social media, nobody asked you for your opinion. Because get what? Yes, they effing did. They absolutely did ask for the comments. When somebody posts anything ever, it is posted for attention and feedback, unless, of course, the option to comment is turned off, which is what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn off my option to comment. Because most of the time I'm just making a statement. I don't need your feedback. But anyway, those who tell my daughter to show your teeth when you smile while taking pictures. This is especially true when that person happens to be a family member who continues to pester her during a photo session. It also goes for school photographers on picture day who relentlessly ask 3 or 4 times to show her teeth. Leave my daughter alone, you turds. My daughter can smile however she wants to smile. Exactly. Nobody is offering you their unsolicited advice on how to look better in your damn pictures. And lastly, any man who tells a woman, you should smile more. Am I right, Gina?
Yeah.
I can go full off on a tangent, but I will end on this one. Oh, wait, I have one more. Boyd Matheson must go. Oh, look at me. I'm Boyd Matheson. I'm so reasonable and deeply profound. You're neither, Boyd. Get them out.
Yeah.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
All right. Traffic, please, Gina.
Yeah, crash northbound I-15 near 90th South exit in Sandy. Cars are on the left shoulder, causing some slowing in that area. Crash westbound I-80 at State Street, blocking the right lane on the main flow and the right shoulder of the exit ramp. Traffic is backed up almost to 1300 East. Crash westbound 72nd South 3rd West in Midvale. This has been there for a while, but it's caused massive delays, so I think it's still causing some folks some trouble there. And let me see if anybody sent anything in via text. Nope, but you certainly can if you see something. 33986.
All right, thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back with boner fights on the way. Stand by for that. And we got the coach, head coach, Pablo Mastro. Boy, I'm going to have to learn how to say his last name. Mastroeni?
Yeah.
Head coach Pablo coming up from Real Salt Lake on the way. Stand by for that. Brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLIN.com. LINEN.com, excuse me, and the promo code X96. Don't forget that. Head to brooklinen.com for your free gift with purchase today. And for a limited time, they're doing a free gift with purchase. And if you miss out, you can also use promo code X96 anytime for $20 off of your purchase of $100 or more at brooklinen.com. If this is your first time trying Brooklinen, no, because you've heard me talking about them for so long. Their best-selling Luxe sheets are the perfect place to start, featuring their irresistibly soft feel and buttery smooth finish. I love my Brooklinen sheets. You don't have to scour the web to put together your dream space now. It's all on one website. It starts with the bedding, the 5-star bedding, and now they offer all the elements to elevate your home. You know, sheets, bath towels, plush pillows, loungewear. It's all there. So go to brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com and use the promo code X96. Did you miss the radio from...
I didn't do anything this week. I was such a slug this weekend.
Sometimes you need a sluggy weekend.
Good for you. I didn't think.
Good for you.
How do you turn that off?
Alcohol.
Genius switch. How do you turn that
Alcohol.
off?
Alcohol.
What kind? What was your alcohol of choice this weekend?
Anything I could get. Whatever was handed to me, whatever was handy. It didn't matter.
It didn't matter?
No, didn't matter.
You weren't discriminating about... No?
Why?
I'll take some of that, sure.
Is it good wine? It's good enough.
Yeah. I'll have some of that. You bet.
And you were just handed things?
Went out to dinner.
That's the way it should be.
Went out to dinner on Valentine's Day.
You did? You did that going out on Valentine's?
Yeah.
That's brave.
Yep. Had a nice dinner at Copper Onion, and you know, pork belly should be one of the major food groups.
I agree.
It really should be.
What was the pork belly on, or was it?
No, it was just pork belly.
It was just out there being pork belly.
Pork belly with some cherries and some Brussels sprouts and turnips. You know, just kind of as a little
side
starter,
dish,
a little starter to the evening, and then
nice.
Man,
did you take in your surroundings? Did you look at the other people that chose to go out on Valentine's Day?
I
See
did.
How in love they are.
I did.
Not?
There was. It was. Well, so it was very busy. Copper Onion was very busy. I assume all the restaurants were very busy on Saturday. Did you go out on Saturday?
No.
So it was very busy. To the table to our left, two guys out on a Valentine's date.
Guys?
And then a table across from us, a guy and two girls. And they kept they were quite annoying. Because the guy kept hanging a spoon on his nose. You know how you do? You take a spoon and
little kid.
Yeah, and you hang it off the edge of your nose, or he would put it across his nose, and then he would insist on one of the girls taking a picture of him. And this kept going on, and then the spoon would slip off, and then he would just laugh uproariously.
Were these 12-year-olds?
And they thought it was funny too.
No one's ever done this before.
And it kind of went on, seemed to go on and on and on and on. And then they had the waiter take a picture of the three of them together.
Can you believe this?
It was just.
This has never happened.
And I kept trying to think, now, what kind of a Valentine's date is this?
Threesome date?
I guess. He was,
polygamy date?
Maybe he was paying for them.
That could be.
Could have been.
That would explain why they were laughing at the spoon show.
Yeah, the spoon on the nose.
They were
hilarious.
paid.
Hilarious. Spoon on the nose. Yep. Man, this is good. Good stuff. Good stuff. And those were the only. But mostly I was just fixated on my sweetheart sitting across the table from me as we enjoyed a delicious meal.
I'm glad you did.
Well, yeah, tak skip.
I don't like breathing through my mouth. I prefer my nose. I think that's what it was designed for. Your mouth was designed for other things, and the nose is for breathing.
But sometimes you have to breathe through your mouth.
I can't.
You know that.
You cannot. Well, what we hear on the radio would give lie to that, but because we hear a lot of on the radio. But
so they said we have a snorkeling class. We don't need the snorkel. No, I want the snorkeling class. I want to know.
Sure.
So we took the kids to the snorkeling class, and they stop at Molokini, and I am terrified. I really am, because I'm not only scared of breathing through my mouth with my face underwater, but I'm scared of sharks. I am. Okay, Jaws ruined me.
Sure.
and it's just a boat out in the middle of the water, and you're getting off the boat, and
it's deep.
And it's deep.
You can't see the bottom.
And they said, "Do you want a noodle?" Yeah, I want a noodle. Give me the noodle.
To just hang on to.
My kids and my husband, no noodle.
No.
They just jumped in the water. I took 2 noodles. When I looked around and made sure that everybody that wanted a noodle had a noodle.
You weren't the only one.
Right.
There was an extra noodle.
Yeah.
Those noodles have been cooked earlier, though.
Yes.
And so we're out in the water, and the guy at the snorkel class said, "Don't put the mouthpiece in until you're ready. You can just put the goggles on and get used to the water and then put it in." So I'm out there just with the goggles on, hanging on to the noodle, and I'm thinking, I don't need to do any more than this. Nobody needs to know if I'm actually snorkeling or not. My kids are snorkeling, my husband's snorkeling. But then they have a underwater cameraman come out. He comes over to your group. He's like, "Get your group together and go under, and I'll take a picture under the water." So now I'm panicking. I'm like, I can't hide from my family anymore that I'm not putting my face in the water. Because camera guy wants underwater picture.
And, of course, you have to do that.
Well.
You couldn't just say to your family, "I really can't do this."
No. And I didn't want Joe to know I wasn't snorkeling. Because he's off snorkeling. He's not looking at me. I'm like, okay, I can totally do this.
All right.
Put the mouthpiece in. Stick my face in. Underwater camera guy's there. And I'm like, is he done yet? Is he done yet? Is he done yet?
Because you're not breathing?
No.
You're just holding your breath? Because even though you can breathe through the snorkel apparatus.
I can't, though.
Yeah, you can.
But I did it. I put my face in the water for the picture, and that was it. So as far as I'm concerned, I snorkeled.
No. Didn't see any fish.
No.
Nothing.
No. I floated around on the noodle. I put my face in the water. But I'm telling you, if the camera guy hadn't harassed me into putting my face in the water, I wouldn't have.
Didn't see any fish. And I'm sure your
I've
family...
seen fish.
Did you see the fish? Did you see the turtles?
I can
Did you see the...
Google fish right
can-
now, and I
know.
can see them.
Yes,
There's
I know.
probably
Sure,
a
you
live Molokini underwater camera right now that I could find online, and I
Probably.
could see everything happening there right now.
Right, which is way better than what you did. Which is way better than what you actually did by being
I
there.
got in the water.
Okay, fine.
Was on this day 35 years ago.
Wow.
U2 released With or Without You, the lead single from the band's 5th studio album, The Joshua Tree.
Longer ago than we have been a radio station.
Well, it was back when we were at KJQ.
I remember it like
but
it
not
was
longer
only.
ago than.
I remember it like it was only yesterday.
And I remember that was the album that all of the KJQ, well, not all of them, I can't say all of them, but U2 fans before that album, when that album came out, they all said, "This is U2 selling out, man.
Sell out.
Sell out."
It's just being successful.
It's being successful, yeah.
It's not a bad thing.
I want to give you something to do this weekend. On Saturday.
Okay.
It's the roller derby. Carnival of Carnage.
Well, that sounds terrible. Why would I want to go to that?
The Cups versus the Swords. The 10th anniversary season of a tarot toss-up of Cups versus Swords. Flat track roller derby that my beloved wife skates in.
Is she a cup or a sword?
Oh, you know,
You might want to check.
don't know which team she's on.
You might want to check on that.
Because
I need to know who I'm rooting for.
Well, because she's with the Beehive Skate Revolution, but for this one, I think they divide up. But I know that it's at 6:30 Saturday. Doors open at 6. There's a mini bout with some of the new skaters. And then the main match with skaters from Beehive Skate Revolution, Wasatch Roller Derby, Uinta Madness Roller Derby, Junction City Roller Derby, and Happy Valley Derby Darlings. Who knew there were so many roller derby teams along the Wasatch
Front? I had no idea.
And so what they do is they just form 2 teams out of all of those different. So teams from different, or skaters from different teams skate with each other for fun. It's a fundraiser. They have carnival games and food, carnival style food, and
carnies. Will there be carnies there?
They may have carnitas as well. I don't know. They may have carnitas and carnies, but there will be tarot readings and raffles and prizes, and it's this Saturday. Tickets are only $10 in advance. You can't beat that. And if you want to find out more about how to get tickets, if you go to that Eventbrite site, eventbrite.com, and then just look for Carnival of Carnage.
You could probably tweet it out, I bet.
I will. At RFH Bill. My wife designed a beautiful poster for it.
What day is that again?
It's this Saturday.
So what you do is if when you see Bill Friday at the International Sportsman's Expo, be sure to ask him about that.
Yes, because I'll be there Friday at 11. The International Sportsman's Expo, I'll be trying out some elk bugles.
Yes.
You know, the recorded commercial we play for the International Sportsman's Expo, I believe that high-pitched sound that you hear in the commercial, they don't say it, but I think that's an elk bugle.
Bill, if you're an outdoorsman, you know that's an elk. That's clearly an elk.
I pretty well must be an outdoorsman then, because I said to myself, there's an elk. The International Sportsman's Expo at the Mountain America Expo Center in Sandy. Again, it begins the 17th. That's Friday, right? Yeah, tomorrow, or day after tomorrow. It goes through the 20th. If you camp or fish or hunt here in Utah, you want to see this show. You want to be there. I think there's over 100. I looked at the list, dozens of vendors. If you want to find out more, go to sportsexpos.com.
Radio.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Our elders have just rendezvoused their warp-capable 10-speed bikes with the USS Pork Rind, a small craft manned, if you will excuse the misuse of the term, by pigs. Not your ordinary run-of-the-mill pigs, mind you, but sentient, talking pigs. Pigs in space!
Welcome aboard, gentlemen. I am Captain Link Hogthrob, commander of the USS Pork Rind. This is my first officer, Miss Piggy. And that pig over there is our ship's physician, Dr. Strangepork.
Hello, elders. Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jensen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We have heard tales of your exploits from other space vessels.
Yes. Is it true that your church provides for eternal marriages?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is.
Eternal meaning in this life, in the next life, and forever and ever? Kind of like syndication?
Yeah.
Would the frog, I mean the groom, in question have to be a willing participant? participant?
That's the way it's usually done.
All right, let's cut to the chase here. Does the Mormon Church recognize marriages between beings from different species?
Well, such as?
Pigs and frogs, you idiot! Don't you ever watch the show?
Well, I believe that you'd have to seek the counsel of your bishop. I don't think we're authorized to make such a decision here in the fold.
I think we've reached the point in the sketch where I
Begin to assault our guest with karate chops.
No, wait. I think I can shed some light on the subject. Now, both you and the frog in question are made of flannel and have men's hands up your...
Elder Jensen?
No, what I mean is that you're both Muppets, and therefore not different species. I mean, I see no reason why you can't be sealed to one another.
Oh, Captain Hogthrob can marry people! You guys wait right here while I find my Kermie!
Will Elder Jensen get sent home for telling pigs and frogs that they can marry one another? Will Captain Link Hogthrob get sent home for marrying a pig and a frog? Will Kermit the Frog find a way to get our elders off the Muppet Show and back into normal space? Find the answers to these and far more exciting questions on the next tail-curling episode of Space Elders!
9:20. Do we have an update, Gina?
On me?
Uh-huh. As I saw you on the phone, I thought that was your teleconference.
No.
Okay.
There have been no developments.
No developments.
You will all be the first to know, though.
I don't care if I'm the first to know. I don't necessarily want to be the first to know that you've pooped. I don't want to know.
I will make it clear to all when success is achieved.
If I could be way down the line of people who finally know.
You seem very concerned, and I appreciate your concern.
I am concerned, but I don't. I mean, I'm not going to be there while you make.
That's I'll let you know after the fact. I appreciate your support.
Well, we do have Boner Fight coming up here to determine Boner of the Day in about 6 or so minutes. So
I was looking at a list of the best pillows for every type of sleeper.
You know the kind of pillow that you need, the best pillow, the pillow that talks to me.
I was reading an article, and really it's called The Best Pillows for Every Type of Sleeper, and not one of them is my pillow from that.
That's because you got it from a liberal rag that was on Hunter Biden's laptop, and
not one of them.
You know where the snow skiing on it is just like fluffy white pillows. Snow Basin. It's just like skiing on fluffy white pillows, and you can save on skiing at Snow Basin with discounts up to $20 on lift tickets when you buy online. Visit snowbasin.com.
This article, by the way, it liked the kind of pillow for a number of different sorts of sleepers, kind of the same kind of pillow. Now, there were many others, but those pillows that are like there's a pillow, and then there's a big long part of it that comes down that you put between your legs, you know, and you can
a body pillow.
Yeah, you can kind of cocoon up in it.
That's
that
the best
really
pillow?
comfortable. Well, for many types of sleepers, not all, but many types of sleepers. So
I could use that because I do 2 pillows. I have a regular pillow, and then I have this big one that
you put between your legs, or you hug,
and I hug and have between my legs as well.
Yeah, I'm a 3 pillow. Head, hug, knees.
I just have 2, and they're both for my.
Oh, you know
my
what? I'm a
head.
3 pillow then. I forgot about my third.
Head,
pillow.
hug, knees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Volodymyr Zelensky spoke to the U.S. Congress today, asking them to do more. In an emotional speech, Zelensky played out his story and the story of Ukraine, made a call for Ukrainian freedom, invoking Martin Luther King Jr. and the founding fathers of America. Quote, "I need to protect our skies. I need your help," which means the same you feel when you hear "I have a dream," he said through a translator. He included his remarks with his remarks a graphic video showing the death and destruction that Ukraine has endured. The images included the deaths of children, mass graves for civilian and military casualties. Several lawmakers were in tears as the video played. Zelensky repeated his plea, the plea he has made to countries around the world, including in an address to the Canadian and British parliaments, to enforce a no-fly zone over his country. The U.S. and its allies are worried that a move like that would escalate into World War III.
I watched the video that he presented, and it wasn't just scenes of destruction. It was juxtaposed with, here's what this park looked like where children were playing in it and everything was fine. Here's what it looks like after a bomb. It was like a back and forth of life before and life now.
I don't think you're ever going to get to this in sports, Gina.
What's that?
And I don't know why you haven't touched on it yet. But, you know, while college basketball fans are, you know, getting their brackets ready for the
March
big
Madness.
dance, March Madness, Shaquille O'Neal and Drew Brees are going head-to-head coaching in the 2022 Celebrity Crunch Classic.
What are we crunching?
What? It's, so Cheez-Its, of which I consumed a box yesterday, Pringles and Kellogg's Frosted Flakes are giving fans another action-packed game to cheer on. It's the 6th annual Celebrity Crunch Classic. 5 lucky fans will win a trip to play ball with Shaquille O'Neal and Drew Brees in the Celebrity Crunch Classic.
How do you play? How do you win? How do you...
Gina, you have to... What do you think? You have to buy a damn box of Cheez-Its.
Oh, I don't have to
Or
perform
Pringles.
any feats of strength? Or
No.
Actually, to be legal, it has to be able to enter without
That's
purchase.
true. Yeah, you the best way to do it is to buy a box of Cheez-Its or a can of Pringles, but there are other ways to.
Okay.
There will be 2 celebrity pack teams coached by Shaquille O'Neal and Drew Brees. Now it says celebrity packed teams. TV host and comedian Spice Adams. Anybody?
Spice Adams.
Rachel Demita. Anybody? She says she's a TV host. Local New Orleans fans are invited to join in and watch the fun of the basketball showdown. You can, if you want to go to the venue, you can. It's in New Orleans. So celebrities like Spice Adams.
No idea.
Okay, let's move. In Wyoming, it's now, well, they have an app, a special app in Wyoming that will let residents there claim roadkill.
They all mine.
So no, if you happen upon a piece of really good roadkill, but you can't take it right then, you have to go get your truck like it's a deer or something. You can use the app and they say, and it's yours.
I'm warning all you city folks using this app.
That's right.
They all mine.
There are some restrictions. You can't pick up bighorn sheep or grizzly bears or mountain goats. But deer you can.
There's really enough of this that
this is we're talking Wyoming, Gina. There's more wildlife than there is people.
But why do you want
So
that,
you hit a deer. Let's say you hit a deer in your car. Right now, you are not allowed to do anything about it. But if you have the app, you can claim it. And now you have to take the entire carcass. You can't just take part of it. You can't.
You city folk leave my supper alone. Why don't you go and fill up that hole in Jackson?
Exactly.
Why don't you do that?
Deer, elk, moose, and pronghorn antelopes. Those are the species that people will be primarily interested in the Wyoming Game and Fish Department app that's available. I think that's great.
Takes all kinds, doesn't it?
Well, it's a man found a meteorite in his friend's backyard. So when they're heading towards Earth, they're meteors, and then they're meteorites after they have hit. They call them meteorites. It's pretty big. It's 2 pounds 4 ounces. And it is apparently worth $130,000.
Oh, good for them.
So rare.
Money from the sky.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
Here it is, the winner from round 1. Oh, this is interesting. Both of the winners are Fox News hosts. Number 1, Tucker Carlson. It was called When Is Somebody Going to Shut Him Up? Tucker Carlson being transphobic and lobbing attacks against 4-star Admiral Rachel Levine. He says, how could she be the woman of the year if she even is a woman? And why? She's a fake admiral. Anyway, that's Tucker Carlson going up against number 2. God, what an awful woman on an awful show with an awful host. Jean Pirro on a Fox show, The 5, blowing up at Geraldo Rivera, saying that Joe Biden is a wuss. When Donald Trump was president, Vladimir Putin didn't dare invade Ukraine. Joe Biden's a wuss. And then at the end of the segment, Greg Gutfield looking at the camera and going, wow, this is my favorite segment on the show ever.
All right, there you go. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates, which one is the worst, which one deserves to be Boner of the Day. Tough to choose, but you gotta. 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, March 16, 2022. You probably won't see that box right away when you get to our website. Let the page load and then refresh your browser, and it'll appear because we just put it up there. Click and vote. All right, coming up, we'll award Boner of the Day. And then we'll talk with Coach Pablo from the Real Salt Lake in our next break. Stand by, X96.
I was going to mention this article a little bit more.
Oh, okay. This is the Tribune article?
Yeah, this guy calls me. And that's why, I don't know what Richie expected. He calls me. He asks for some quotes. Mm-hmm. So the first thing you want to do, obviously, is see if he got the quotes right.
Yeah.
Isn't that what you always do? If you're being
I
quoted
don't want
in
to
the
be
paper.
misquoted.
No.
I might come off looking stupid.
I'm just concerned my name's spelled right.
It is. And I was quoted correctly. I don't know about you, because
I
you
don't
haven't
know.
looked yet.
I was rambling. I was doing my dishes when he called, so I had him on my jawbone, you know.
I was
You in the bathroom?
No, I
doing
was
dishes.
I was at Liberty Park putting my kids on the Ferris wheel and the little all the little death trap rides that are over there at Liberty Park. The little injury-inducing ride.
All
I
red.
cut myself on this.
Really?
Allred, in referencing his 5,000th episode on the Radio from Hell program, was quoted as saying, "You little jerk, get on that ride!"
You're bringing the little jerks tonight, right?
But the quote, this dawned on me. This was, I think one of the more brilliant observations I've ever had. The reporter from the Salt Lake Tribune asked me, so why do you think your show has been on so long? Why has it lasted 5,000 episodes when other morning shows and radio shows have come and gone? Some appear and go quickly, some are there for a while, but they disappear. Why have you guys lasted 5,000 episodes? And I said, well, it seems pretty simple to me. It's because nobody ever fired us. Really? I mean, isn't that he kind of paused and he said, well, I guess that is true, isn't it?
Well, but we were
It doesn't
fired.
mean it's good. We just weren't fired.
We were fired once.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess we were fired once.
Yeah.
No, you weren't fired. You could have stayed. You two could have kept doing the show.
No, he was told he would be fired if he didn't sign the contract.
That's what I mean. If you had signed the contract,
I was fired. I was fired because I wanted to be fired. I don't
different.
count. I don't count that as really being fired.
Mm.
I was fired because I really, really wanted to be fired in the long run. I wasn't going to sign.
You could have kept your job if you wanted.
No.
You signed the contract. You keep your job.
I wasn't going to sign a contract with those people, and I said to myself, if they fire me, I'll get unemployment. So that's what I want. I wanted to be fired.
So you were fired.
Yeah, but nobody's ever really fired.
Like I said,
fired
you
us.
suck. I don't want you to work here anymore. Get out.
Technically, I've been fired. You were never fired.
I've been fired many, many times. Oh, you mean from that
Not
job?
from this show. But not from this show.
From this show. You've never been fired from this show.
Not from this show, no.
No.
Well, that's where it matters.
No. Never been fired from this show. And I was fired kind of by design, so I don't count that.
All right. Let's award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by not just potato soup, loaded potato soup.
And locally owned Young Automotive Group has over 8 different brands across 6 automotive and power sport dealerships. Check out the variety online, youngautomotivegroup.com. Think Young, think Ogden.
Well, one Fox News program and host easily outpaced the other. Perhaps it's familiarity that breeds the contempt.
Could be.
Because that's what they say. The winner was Tucker Carlson with more than double the votes.
Running away with it.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Boner of the day for today, March 16, 2022, now qualified to be Boner of the Week. All right, hit that, Katie, and let's...
The following is a sponsored feature.
Let's get Coach Pablo on the phone.
Good morning, Coach. How are you?
Morning. Great to be here.
Coach Pablo Mastroianni, right? Is that close?
Correct.
Yep. That was correct. Okay.
Well done, Bill. Well done.
He is the head coach for Real Salt Lake. You've had quite a ride, haven't you?
It's been nuts. Starting last year, I think it was the end of August, and it's been a roller coaster ever since. But a great roller coaster.
So, I mean, it really hasn't been a roller coaster. It's been all, because that would imply to me ups and downs. It's been mostly rocket ship to the top, hasn't it?
There's a couple spells last year where we got beat up pretty good and had to bounce back, and so we definitely touched some lows and definitely learned from those and progressed forward.
But yeah, so far no lows this season. Things are looking great so far.
2 wins, 1 tie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, things have been going good. Yeah, I think we've had some injuries, and it could have, we could have started off in a different way. But I think the mindset of the group has been such that we're going with the players that we currently have available, and the guys have been performing fantastically.
When you came on to RSL, Real Salt Lake, Coach Pablo, did you come on as an assistant coach originally?
Yes. Freddie Juarez was the head coach here, and he brought me over from Houston, where I was an assistant coach as well, and wanted to change kind of the culture of the locker room a little bit, and embarked on that journey, and really enjoyed my time working with Freddie in the 6 or 7 months that we were able to work together.
Did you have any idea that you would end up being the head coach of Real Salt Lake?
Zero. As a matter of fact, when Freddie told me he was going to leave to Seattle, I begged him to stay because, again, I think the best position in professional sports is an assistant coach. You get to actually coach. You got to spend time with the players that you enjoy, and really all the bullets are kind of directed towards the head coach. So it was really a position that I was enjoying working with the guys and working with Freddie as well.
When you talk about the did you say the culture of the locker room? Is that, talk about that a little bit. Give people an idea what you mean by that.
Well, I just think that when you talk about professional sports, a lot of times the focus is always on the superstars, and it's always on the talent. Very, very, very few times is it spoken in terms of culture. And I think one of the most important aspects of sport is chemistry, and the way you build chemistry is really through the network of players within the locker room, and so understanding why we're playing, why are we doing this, who are we doing this for, and what are we going to do, how are we going to make this happen. And so these are some of the questions that we talk about internally. And talk about our identity. What kind of team do we want to be? What role am I playing as an individual within this group? And I think when you share a common focus, a common vision, and everyone buys into that, the group is greater than the sum of its parts. And I think to start off the season with very important players out of the group, we've kind of established our identity and the way we want to go about it, and more importantly, the roles and responsibilities of the players within that group.
It's a heightened sense of it, a certain it's a kind of an unrealistic sense of it. But the show Ted Lasso is exactly what you're talking about. I mean, of course, it's a comedy, and it's an unrealistic portrayal. But the basic essence of what you're talking about is what that show portrays, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I've seen a few episodes, and I got that feeling as well. But to be honest, my experience as a player in the best teams that I've been a part of, this was the focal point. So whether it was with the U.S. national team, and you have amazing stars on the team, but what made us very good was that we were a group and we were a collective, and everyone was a part of something greater than themselves. Yeah. And I think that's often lost in today's social media world, and everyone trying to get likes and all this stuff, and it's really focused on the individual. But I think sport over the course of time has proven that great teams are a product of the players in that locker room. It's not just one that you can rely on. Everyone needs to play a role in order for this thing to move forward.
Well, best of luck, Coach Pablo. There's a game coming up at Rio Tinto this Saturday, 7:30. The Nashville team will be in town, and keep it up. Beat them. Beat the hell out of them.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it, guys.
Nice talking to you. We'll see
tickets
you.
are still available for the Nashville game this weekend. All right, thank you very much, Coach. We'll take a break. We'll be back crawling towards the exits after these. X96.
CART. Spell it with me now. C-A-R-T. And now we'll use it in some dialogue featuring our two Utah friends, LeVar and LeGrand. Come join the boys now as they drive the highways and byways of our great city, Salt Lake. LeGrand is driving. His friend LeVar is an unwilling passenger. Again, the Utah word is CART. Listen, Mr. Elder LeGrand R. Dunn Jr., I appreciate you driving me to my appointment and all, but you're scaring me to death with the way you're handling this automobile. I think we may die before we get there.
I've been driving this Reliant K car without so much as a fender bender for 8 years now, LeVar. I don't think you have no room to talk about how I drive. Watch out where you going, you flipping fool!
There, you see, LeGrand, that's just what I mean right there. You cut in front of that guy there, almost rammed into him, and then you honk and yell. It was your fault.
The gall-danged mother flipper saw me signal and just wouldn't move out in the way. He should have moved out in the way.
Look, why don't you just pull over and let me behind the wheel of the K before you give us both ulcers?
Because you haven't a driver's license at this particular junction of time and space. You cannot legally drive. That's why we're driving to the traffic cart, to meet your liar. I have my doubts whether you will get it back, though. You run over a person in a pedestrian crosswalk. Well, the cart isn't going to look on that very favorably.
First off, I didn't run over nobody. I just knocked the guy down. Hell, he jumped right back up, started yelling bloody murder at me, and then it was me that was the one who calmed him down and helped him find most of his teeth. And second off, I fired my liar. He said the best he could do is keep me out of the state pen and in the county log. He weren't no help at all. So I will represent myself in CART.
Well, you know what they say, LeVar. A man who serves as his own liar in CART has a dipstick for a client.
Oh, come on now. Whoever said that?
Smartest liar ever.
Who, F.G. Bailey? Or that Melvin Belly? Maybe it was that Lehigh McKenzie from L.A. Law.
Nope. The smartest liar ever was Perry Mason. Never lost a case in CART.
He was good. Hey, do you ever look at his secretary, that Deli Street, and have impure thoughts?
Yeah, when I was a kid. When I confessed to my church leaders, I was afraid they'd haul me into the bishop's cart.
sounded different. He sounded different.
Is he getting older?
They don't have a live audience there.
Is that what did it? Is that
that's
why?
The difference, yeah. It seemed different because there was nobody there laughing at him.
He was great. He's great.
Have you seen him post stuff about when he goes to visit his mom, who's like over 100 years old?
No.
He posts on social media, and she's just this. You don't picture of Lewis Black as being hanging out with his mom. He adores his mom.
He's a fascinating guy. I don't watch the Daily Show anymore. Was that on the day? Is he still doing them on the Daily Show?
Yeah.
I'm not a big Trevor Noah fan. I don't know. Something about him doesn't click for me. I mean, I don't hate him or anything.
I enjoy it.
You can have
he
your
has
Trevor
his
Noah.
moments.
I enjoy it still.
Have your Trevor Noah. That's fine.
Let's see.
I got Reacher, so I'm okay.
Bill's sweet on Reacher.
It's pretty dumb, I have to admit, but it's entertaining.
Well, like I said, if you like that actor, go to your HBO Max, go to the DC Comics hub that's down at the bottom, and click on a show called Titans.
I'll look at it, yeah.
And then look for an episode with Hawk, as in Hawk and Dove.
Okay.
They're a crime-fighting couple.
Of course they are.
And Hawk is that actor.
Okay. He's, I don't even know his name, and he's not a great actor, but
and he doesn't have to be.
Yeah, and what makes Reacher at least good, at least as far as I was concerned, the action scenes are staged very well, and the script is pretty good.
Alan Richson.
Richson.
Richson. Alan Richson. That's not a great name. You should change it to Reacher. No, not Alan Reacher, just Reacher.
Don't call him Mister?
Yeah.
Do you wish you were just known by one name?
It would be nice, wouldn't it?
Just that's it. It's just
Timmy. That's what I'd like to be known as. Timmy. Hey, Timmy. Not Mr. Timmy. Not little Timmy.
Sniffer. You'd be Sniffer, actually. Instead of Reacher, you'd be Sniffer.
I don't want to be Sniffer.
Just remember you were...
I know that, but you... I know. Let's not bring up that...
It's got to be a name like Reacher, but it can't just be a name. It's got to be a...
It's got to be an action?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
Well, Sniffer is not it.
I think it is.
That's not what I... No.
I think it is.
No. It would be Lifter. I can lift a lot of stuff.
I don't think... No.
Puncher. Hey, Mr. Puncher. No, it's just Puncher. Yeah.
I'm sticking with Sniffer.
You go ahead and stick with Sniffer. I would, as a matter of fact, I know you would stick with Sniffer. Yeah, Reacher is... I get the books have done very well over the years, I guess.
I guess there's
a bunch of them, yeah.
More than 10, apparently. There's a bunch of them. I had no idea.
That, this one, it's 10 episodes, and it's based on one of the Reacher books.
Just one?
Yeah, I think it's called The Killing Floor or something like that. They mention it right at the beginning.
There's a series of those Fletch books.
Yeah.
And I guess John Hamm has finished that movie.
Well, something to look forward to.
Yeah, he's gonna be Fletch now.
No, Fletch is a detective.
No, he's a newspaper
journalist.
He's a journalist.
Yeah, I don't.
So I wonder if they've changed that for modern times. Instead of working for a newspaper, does he have a blog or a podcast?
A
something?
podcaster.
You know, is he a YouTuber?
Yeah.
So it'll be John Hamm. And he said that they kind of stayed away from a lot of the, sight gags and things like that because they didn't want to be compared to the Chevy movies.
He's not going to be Dr. Rosen?
And I'm like, then why are you bothering?
Are the Fletch books funny, or did Chevy Chase and whoever did those just kind of do a funny take?
They just did. They took the plot of what Fletch was, and then they added a lot of jokes, and a lot of the jokes were Chevy ad-libbing.
So I would. I'm guessing John Hamm is doing it straight.
Probably.
It's a classic mystery novel series, which
Yes.
follows investigative reporter I.M. Fletcher as he juggles his career and personal life.
So
Not
it's
only
not
is
a
John Hamm in this,
Mm-hmm.
John Slattery's in it too.
Oh,
Mad Men.
Yes, Tony
It's
Stark's
Mad Men.
dad.
It's a Mad Men super team up.
Is
Wow.
Elizabeth Moss in it?
Put her in there.
Maybe, I don't know.
For good measure, throw her in.
Is Jared Harris in it?
Hamm is set to play the role of Fletcher in a comedic reboot. It's a comedy.
Oh, it is comedy. He's
He can do comedy.
Well,
Oh,
he
yeah.
likes. I think it's his kind of his background was comedy before he did the serious role on Mad Men. He was.
Well, he's a comedy groupie apparently. He would hang out with a lot of comedians because they were more fun apparently.
Well, he used to be I think he used to be in an improv group as well.
I'm sure it was all part of his acting training.
As much as people hate mimes, I have the tendency to hate improv groups.
I dislike 95% of them.
You know, that's kind of what we do here every day, though. Sorta, kinda, sometimes, a little. Or no, this is all very carefully planned out and scripted. This is
whatever answer is correct.
I don't know as you should give people that much of a peek behind the Radio from Hell curtain, Gene. I don't think. What's your next line? Come on.
Yes, and?
And?
Yes.
And you know what I'm talking about.
All right, well, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Coming up on Thursday's Radio from Hell show.
At 7 a.m., we challenge a lucky listener to play Beat Gina, and that lucky listener could win a Radio from Hell coffee mug and concert tickets.
Of course, there'll be much more than that on Thursday's Radio from Hell show on X96. See, Gene, isn't it satisfying to do that opening line? I just wish I could do that every time. I could just record all of them, and then you could just plug them in every time.
Let's see if we missed anything. Gina, looks like Def Leppard has a new album.
Okay.
They're releasing tomorrow.
All right.
Run out and get that.
Sammy Hagar's releasing a list of his favorite cocktail recipes, a book, 85 personal favorites.
Well, he's got his tequila.
Well, he likes to have them all at once, too.
Duran Duran, a North American tour.
Yeah.
Starting in August. Just so you know.
It's the We Don't Need Walkers tour.
They don't. They're fine.
That's what I said.
And again, the stories of Rod Stewart filling up potholes out in front of his house in England, they keep showing up.
Yeah.
I love that. Let's see. Yep. Oh, and Jonathan Davis from Korn is suffering from long COVID.
His brain fog?
Apparently.
I'm sorry to hear that.
All right. Okay, I guess we got everything taken care of now. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Not yet.
Nothing, huh?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No.
Not even anything sort
Nothing
of
to
peeking?
report. No.
Nothing peeking?
You
in
know,
there?
Gina, prune juice is a warrior's drink. All right. Corey is